and welcome to the second and final day of this year's NGI Forum, the flagship event of the European Commission's Next Generation Internet Initiative. Yesterday we had a rich and vibrant day with discussions on the state of play of NGI, on how to redesign the internet architecture, open source innovations, and more. We also heard from VIPs and visionaries like Commissioner Thierry Breton and Professor Andrew Tenenbaum, and I invite you to tell us what you thought was the most interesting and main takeaway that you took from that first day. I see your answers are already flowing in as we speak, and it's very interesting also for us, the organizers, but maybe for the viewers to see what each of us took from the first day. Today we have another busy and exciting schedule as well, with a lot of topics to cover, but before we start, we have a recorded message from Member of European Parliament Eva Kaili. She's the chair of STOA and a true enthusiast of trustworthy innovation in the European Parliament. I invite you to watch the message of Eva Kaili.
Dear all, I am honored to participate at the Next Generation Internet Forum 2021 event, a mission-oriented research and innovation program centered on internet investments and our digital future. As this event brings together some of Europe's leading internet innovators who are shaping a human-centric internet, an internet that guarantees trust, privacy, and inclusion while empowering people and addresses global sustainable challenges, I believe that today we have with us some of the internet innovators that this program is funding. I hope many of you are here today, selected also to build the components and bridges that strengthen decentralized forms of network-supported collaboration, a complex mesh of new architectures and new solutions, potentially a more open form of distributed governance. There is a growing concern at the same time that citizens are gradually losing control over their data, and they are being exploited by vast digital infrastructures. I would say that under this, the light of the pandemic, it has been a catalyst. It has accelerated our transformation in the digital era, and an entire ecosystem of applications now has actually been controlling huge data flows. They are commodifying our data, and they are treating technology users as data suppliers via the imposition of default choice architectures. So you don't have the choice, it's already by default chosen for you, and in some cases you have the option to change it back. So the ongoing pandemic actually has exposed also pathologies in the data governance ecosystem, threatening the rule of law and also privacy and even democracy in many ways. Our dependence, despite its obvious benefits, could transform citizens from data subjects to data suppliers. Although digital technologies have been an important aspect of our crisis response in terms of detection, treatment, and prevention, there are concerns that this increasing digitalization may lead to augmented surveillance, massive digital dependence, and high epistemic asymmetries. We observe these cases in several countries, mainly non-democratic ones, but we can never feel that we can take democracy for granted. So in the pandemic, the internet use grew actually by 20%, and it's already been working better. It proved that it was resilient, and now it should grow to support also resilience and more choices under more user control into all the new business models that will arise. EU policymakers are not only increasingly concerned about the trustworthiness and sovereignty of the foundations of our digital economy, but they are also now taking necessary initiatives to develop common legal rules, binding legal standards, and interinstitutional cooperation before the growing datafication of our societies dismantles the fundamentals of our democracy. We also know that in Europe, if we don't work together, we might have friction by the different approaches of our member states. So these initiatives have already taken the form on the recent Commission's proposals, the Digital Services Act, as you all of course are aware, and the Digital Market Act, but also the first ever legal framework on artificial intelligence. All these initiatives aim at safeguarding transparency, privacy, and accountability in the digital sphere. In ITRE, I follow, of course, both files, and we are trying to open closed gateways, bringing more data sources to SMEs and also bring more distributed trust. Many internet startups, of course, will flourish under this new environment and legal certainty that will be provided. Therefore, today's event comes at a very timely moment, given that we also have started debating and negotiating all these proposals, but also discussing the broader framework that will enable the gradual development of an internet architecture that will be grounded in our common European values. So building a future internet of trust is not anymore a theoretical exercise. It's becoming part of the European making discourse, and it is a dynamic item in the agenda now of all the EU institutions. Building a digital ecosystem on the basis of our European values, it is a top priority. I know we have to balance how protective we will be with sovereignty, achieving sovereignty, but at the same time, I believe that in order to protect users, we have to make the digital sphere inclusive and safe, as Europe has always been doing, and at the same time to safeguard the responsible deployment of digital services. Today, more than ever, we need to make sure that no differences appear in applying human rights at an offline and also a digital world. So we have to translate what's legal offline to what's legal online. If political and human rights could be safeguarded in the digital age is a question that needs to be answered by having a lot of discussions with stakeholders. And the responsibility to tackle these risks and also to strengthen data sovereignty and algorithmic transparency actually could be a pillar to our democratic digital society. And also the rule of law and ethics could help us reclaim our data sovereignty and uphold our principles of liberal democracy. As we see in a global environment, since the digital era basically has no borders, to answer these crucial questions, we need to organize a broad public consultation exercises. Events like today are actually helping us a lot to listen also to your ideas and your experience and to give voices to those affected most by these asymmetries. I think that no initiative of this kind can take place in a top-down manner. So to gain the trust of the citizens in the digital world cannot take place without the meaningful participation of the people and of our startup, a very important part of the European community. Identity technologies will also be key for NGI and the next generation internet. And this could even be the core and the key to release all the potential of the internet. Why? Because safeguarding identities is necessary to gain online system trust. A positive narrative on digital identity goes beyond one-stop shopping, beyond the utilitarian here and now of business to business or business to customer relations, and it goes directly to reach the scale and scope of all EU citizens as entitled individuals. This is also the spirit of the GDPR. Digital identities are no authoritarian imposition, but an entitlement, and we have several identities that we have to discuss. Europe also is in the best position in this digital decade to lead on citizens' safeguarded identities. And I would say this was the challenge that was launched exactly a year ago. I had a STOA panel discussing this topic together with Elontech and NGI. And NGI Forward, actually. Digital identity links online privacy, security, freedom of speech, and non-discrimination, and last but not least, safeguards the right to autonomy. So democratic freedoms and entitlements are to be safeguarded in life and also online by the guardians of the Union's Treaty. Our efforts now is, of course, to lead in promoting a new form of ethical governance based on our constitutional values and our cultural norms, not just for EU, but also in our democratic allies. And EU is increasingly seen actually as a standard setter in privacy and data protection. In fact, I would say ensuring transparency and trust has become our trademark of the EU approach in digital matters. I have the feeling that I respond like that whenever I'm invited in forums outside the EU. Fostering investment in ethical AI and frontier technologies, building a secure pan-European data framework, and also adopting new standards and practices to provide trustworthy and controllable digital products and services is already part of a series of European Parliament resolutions and reports. With STOA, Science and Technology Options Assessment Panel, it's, let's say, the think tank for Science and Technology of the European Parliament, we already established a collaboration with OECD in order to achieve an agreement for digital standards, common standards for the digital era, and to make sure that we will not, let's say, duplicate, and we will not also create friction among us, but we will agree into standards that we can also use beyond EU, and they will be acceptable. I think that also building the Center for Artificial Intelligence has been a very interesting task. We've been touching all the sectors that have been changing under artificial intelligence. We are trying also to reach the same definitions, because this is also something that it's really important to do. If we don't agree in definitions, even of what artificial intelligence is, then it's very difficult to move forward. And also, I talked about the ethics on AI by law. I think this is extremely important, because in US, in China, this is usually something that doesn't take place, or that politicians don't play a role there. But in Europe, wanting to achieve a heaven of quality and trust for citizens, this is one of our obligations. Like any product you use and you feel it's safe, the same thing we have to do also in our online era. So for that, I think we may need to come up with a new approach of what constitutes a responsible internet, and probably develop a new digital rights framework that will actually empower citizens and protect our societies in a comprehensive way. We saw what happened with Cambridge Analytica. To move ahead, we have to make sure that people's perception would not be manipulated, that they will be aware of what is happening online, and they will have more options. Even if by default they have a more personalized and tailor-made content, at least to have options and be aware of their options. I hope that at the end of this forum, we will come up with new ideas that we will actually manage to include in our legislative framework, and all the files that are in a dynamic progress. And I hope that in the end, Europe will manage to have and keep this leading position as a standard setter, even though I understand that too much regulation is not welcomed. I believe that smart regulation is something that we need to release all these dynamics and the power of emerging technologies online. So I want to thank you for your attention, and I hope next time we will manage to have conferences inside the European Parliament and the Commission, and not just in a hybrid form, but new technologies can bring us together no matter what. So thank you so much.
So Europe is a global standard setter with smart regulation rather than over-regulation, tells us MEP Kaili. Many interesting ideas that I captured, but maybe we can see, yeah, I'm always impressed, as I said yesterday, by the ability of our artists to just pick up some of the main ideas. And the images will also be on Twitter, so in case you missed any of the sessions, you can always find these visual summaries online. So it sounds like there's some very interesting legislation coming from the European Parliament in the coming months and years. And MEP Kaili also spoke about the need to create bottom-up solutions which can create trust. And indeed, the NGI initiative supports grassroots projects also in the field of trustworthy internet. And as you may remember from yesterday, we have a competition on the best solution pitching videos. We will now watch 3 pitches in the field of Internet of Trust. And I remind you that you can vote for your favorite pitches by visiting the contest page on the event website. Now let's watch the next 3 pitches.
Email is the foundation of our digital world. It has 60 years of history, 4.2 billion users. It's the largest communication channel that has ever existed, and it's double the size of Facebook. Email is critical infrastructure, and it only works because of people like Leandro, who are working behind the scenes to keep our mail flowing. What he does is extremely complex because mail servers are complex. The faults that he has to deal with are frequent and unpredictable. And often it's him versus Google and Microsoft trying to get mail delivered or trying to receive mail in some cases. And there are over 900,000 people in Leandro's shoes out there today. One option is for him to delegate his mail to what we call the hypercloud. So that's Gmail, Office 365, etc. And those offer one-size-fits-all solutions, which are black box systems with their own dark policies, and it undermines the concept of decentralized communications, which is inherent to how email was designed and how it's built. Using those systems means giving up control over data, delivery, and flexibility as to how these systems operate. Lightmeter provides an alternative to those hyperclouds. It works with existing private mail servers, it gets installed upon them, and it helps find and fix problems to make the service more reliable. One Lightmeter server can already provide 1,500 employees with email in an organization, so it scales beautifully. It works with existing open source software, so we extend what's out there, and that means there's zero switching costs for over 85% of the market. We know from interviewing 50 of our users until now that it saves them 10 hours a week on average of management time. Lightmeter is a single glossy interface, providing a high-level overview of everything that's going on a mail server with those problems and so on mentioned earlier. It brings peace and transparency to something which is currently multi-layered, complex, and confusing. Perhaps because of that, until now, we've had good traction with over 2,500 users until now, and around 600 active users checking in with their Lightmeter interfaces each week. We've also had press coverage across the world, particularly in Central Europe with ZNet, Heiser, Linux Magazine, also Forbes in the US, and that brought quite some attention over the past months. Our team is built of industry insiders. This is my 3rd open source business. We have 10 years experience working together building mail tech solutions. Our advisors are from big name open source brands. So let us help your mail run right. Partner with us. We will install and host Lightmeter for early adopters for free. And thank you, NGI, for supporting next generation communications infrastructure and for this opportunity.
Hi, I'm Jonathan, co-founder at Purgos, where we want to build the private web. We live in an age where technology allows everyone to create, store, and share digital content. However, what technology fails to do is share that data securely and privately. I want to ask you to think about the last few times you sent a document to someone. I'm willing to bet that at least one of those times, you paused for a second and thought, maybe I should be more careful with this. And then, like everyone else, you attached it to an email and just hit send. Maybe you did think about encryption, but got overwhelmed by the technical complexity of it all. You are not alone. Consumers are faced with a false trade-off that somehow online privacy and security comes at the cost of convenience and productivity. The cost of that trade-off is substantial, and it's growing. Javelin Strategy and Research reported that in 2017, identity theft and fraud cost US consumers $16 billion. But it's not just a monetary cost we face. Information about you and your online activity, including what you view, share, and with whom, is constantly being collected. Ask yourself, What could that cost you if that information, taken out of context, ended up in the hands of future employers, insurers, banks, or governments? Let me introduce our solution, PureGOS. From login to uploads, sharing, reading a PDF, or streaming a video, everything you do in PureGOS is secured with quantum computer-resistant end-to-end encryption, so you know all your data is kept safe. Our decentralized architecture means that your credentials are only ever stored on your device, so there's no central server that can be compromised. Finally, your privacy is further safeguarded since we don't collect metadata. All of this in our simple browser client. Uploading is as simple as drag and drop. Our cryptographic design and implementation have been audited by Cure53, a world-leading security firm. We've also received funding from Protocol Labs, huge innovators in the distributed web space and the creators of the interplanetary file system. And most recently, we were awarded a grant by NGI Pointer, an EU Horizon 2020 initiative to identify and support the most talented people building the future of the internet and web. And we've already started building. We launched our alpha to a small group of 1,200 users to focus on customer experience and product development. With what we've learned from our alpha, we're set to launch our limited beta to really dig into our customer base and develop our product further into something that they don't just trust, but that they love. Our first product offering will be a subscription plan offering 50 gigs of secure and private storage for £5 per month. But PureGOS is so much more than storage. It's a platform for the next web, a private web. Our plan is to release an API and sandbox which will enable developers to create, host, and deploy their own applications on PureGOS with all the security and privacy features that we've created built in from the start. PureGOS wants to make online privacy and security feel as natural and as easy as locking the front door to your house. If you want to be a part of making this happen, we'd love to hear from you. Please reach out to us, even if it's just for a chat. Thank you for your time.
Welcome to our Bit of Trust explanation video. Everybody has a network around them. These networks rely on trust to function, to work, and to expand. These bits of trust are literally everywhere, but in an online environment, often this trust is invisible, hidden, behind complex algorithms getting passed through servers. Trust and intimacy are vulnerable concepts that need to be conserved carefully, directly between people. We want to re-elaborate on these connections and find a new way to make connections online, peer-to-peer. So you can visualize and decide who is in your trust bubble and use it to make strong and trustful connections. Find out more on bitoftrust.io.
So as you can see, trust is indeed a major theme for the NGI community, and we cannot enjoy the internet's opportunities as long as we cannot trust that our privacy is protected, that our data is safe, that our identity cannot be compromised, etc., etc. So the next panel will discuss the way forward into building a more trustworthy internet environment, and I'd like to say hello to Nicole Harris. You are the head of trust and identity operations at Géant, and you're also part of NGI Trust, so it's good to have you with us. Hi, Nicole.
Thanks very much, Dan. It's great to be here with you this morning.
Where are you calling us from?
I'm in the UK at the moment.
Okay, cool. Well, the UK is not in the EU, but it is part of Horizon Europe, so it's still a very relevant and contributing country. As you can see, as we've done in the previous panels, we're asking a question to the audience, and this time we're asking them if they feel that as Europeans, here maybe being in the UK is actually interesting, because as Europeans we meant under European regulation, they feel more secure compared to other parts of the world, and I see almost a perfect distribution. Some do, some don't. No outliers.
Yeah. I think it's a really interesting question. We are very lucky within the EU, as shown in the keynote this morning, that we have an awful lot of regulation and we have a very democratic set of frameworks. We don't have surveillance, for example. However, unfortunately, the internet doesn't tend to behave around the geographical boundaries that we set our laws and our regulations. So although we have some really great frameworks in place, I think one of the most important messages is we have to work globally to ensure that all participants are as safe and secure as we might be.
And we do have a session later today on international cooperation in that sense. I'm wondering how the viewers are interpreting the question, whether they're comparing themselves to China or to the US, which might also, point of reference might be relevant. In any case, this is just to feed your discussion. And on that note, I'll let you go ahead and present your panelists.
Thanks very much, Ben. Good morning, everyone. It's a real honour to be here this morning and to talk about the Internet of Trust, which is a very, very big topic. As Dan says, I'm Nicole Harris. I'm Head of Trust and Identity Operations at Géant. So I literally have trust in my job title. I think about trust quite a lot of the time. I work in the trust field technically, but I also have a background in anthropology and have studied human trust for a long time in the anthropological field. And we're going to be talking a little bit about how those two things interact today. I'm really lucky today to be joined by three fantastic panelists, and we're going to have a conversation around some really tough topics, I think. So I'm joined by Colin Wallace, who's the Executive Director at Kantara Initiative. Kantara has a strong focus on trust. It builds many trust framework programs and allows people to use those programs to increase and improve their trust standing. But has also done a lot of work around products such as UMA, the user managed access profile, to support user controlled privacy. So a lot of work in the trust field there. We also have Alyssa Ross, who is funded on one of the NGI projects. She's a software developer and researcher at Spectrum. She's leading the development there, and they are looking at virtualization technology and how security is built into the concepts of compartmentalization. I knew I was going to struggle over that word, to create a secure and open desktop environment. And my final panelist is Marcus Sabadello. Marcus is known in many, many different fields, but he's joining us today as the co-editor of the Decentralized Identifier specification at W3C. He's co-chair of the Identifier Working Group at the Decentralized Identity Founder, and member of the Technical Governance Board at the Savin Foundation. And we're going to be talking, I think, a little bit around how decentralization and self-sovereignty works within an Internet of Trust. So these are our panelists. And yeah, we're going to start talking to you a little bit about what does trust mean. We use the word trust a lot in this environment. It's obviously a core part of the NGI framework. But what do we actually mean by trust? So for most definitions of trust, if you look it up, trust is actually more of an emotion than something that you could articulate in binary terms. It's a sensation, it's a feeling, and it's something that's more associated with human emotions. So how do we translate this online? And what does online trust actually mean to you? That's a very big question. And I'm going to go to Colin first and see if he can give us some thoughts of how do we translate those sort of emotive ideas of concepts of trust into an online environment?
Well, yeah, thank you, Nicole. Good morning, everyone. Yes, it's interesting because as you described it, trust is a sort of a belief, if you like, a belief that someone will act, in your best interest, or at the very least, will not act against your interests. And even if they have an opportunity or an incentive to do so, and since everything we do online, is mediated through at least one third party, or at least the current structure of the internet and online as it is, there are actors that are more frequently in a position to be able to, have the means and the opportunity to actually act against our interests. And really, that is the core fundamental challenge that we have today is the insertion, if you like, of third-party actors.
Thanks very much for that reflection, Colin. Alyssa, in your development work within Spectrum, is this something you've thought about? Do you focus more on technical trust, or is human trust an important element of that work? I think you're muted, Alyssa, unfortunately.
Yes, apologies. I think that human trust and technical trust overlap, and what we've been taught to think of as technical trust is totally not fit for purpose, because when you're asked if you trust Google, firstly, you don't get the opportunity to freely decide that, because if you don't want to trust Google, that means you can't go to your meeting or interact with your friends or find things online. And also, you don't have the ability to understand what am I trusting them with. With human trust, I might trust you to I don't know, look after my bag while I go and get something from a shop, but I might not trust you to look after my house. With online trust, there are no real boundaries that people can understand to what online services are able to do with them, and those online services are constantly defying people's expectations and showing that they can do way more than we ever thought, and finding new ways to betray that trust.
Thank you very much, Alyssa. And then Marcus, Alyssa was talking there about the freedom to trust. How does this fit in with your work and how you perceive trust within the developments you've been involved in?
Yeah, I would have made a similar point as Alyssa just did. I think it's important to distinguish between the concept of human trust and technical trust. Human trust, as you said in the introduction, is about emotions and feelings and experiences and expectations on how we're being treated, and that's something we have and experience all the time in the real world, right? But then there's also the technical trust layer, and there I think the kind of trust or the amount of trust or what we can trust and what we cannot trust depends on to some degree on the actual technology. There are some things that technology will never be able to solve, right? On the human trust level, that will always be there. There will never be a technology that can guarantee that something is completely trustworthy, but to some extent, the underlying technology makes a difference, whether it's Google that we use or some kind of decentralized identity, decentralized networking technology can make a difference. I think then also in terms of what we can trust on.
Thanks, Marcus. And for those here who perhaps aren't as familiar with decentralization and perhaps self-sovereign, could you give us a very short definition of what that might mean and how we're working towards that in the internet environment?
Well, self-sovereignty or self-sovereign identity is a quite well-known concept. I think it has been mentioned here at NGI Forum a few times. It has definitely inspired the technology or the standard that we are working on at W3C, the decentralized identifiers. That's a technical building block for the concept of self-sovereign identity. And what it means essentially that my digital identity, which is related to trust, right? Who I am, how I present myself to others, what others know about you, should depend on only me as an individual. It should not be subject to some central authority or intermediaries, but there should be an essence, a core part of my digital identity that nobody can take away from me, and that's only controlled by me. Whether or not that can be fully achieved and what kind of technologies may help with that is a different question, but the concept itself is about, sometimes we use strong metaphors to describe that, right? We say Google, Facebook, and so on. This is a kind of digital feudalism or digital slavery, and we want to build instead this digital sovereignty where I'm at the core of my interactions and my identity, and nobody can take that away from me. So that's the concept with some technical initiatives and working groups trying to work towards that.
Thank you very much, Marcus. So let's pick up on that question a little bit more. Is it actually possible for a user to be fully in charge of their identity online? Or is that the environment and the tools that we need to do that just simply too complicated? And is it better to work with a trusted third party? Colin, do you have any reflections on that from your work at Kantara?
Well, certainly it's an area that Kantara is looking at. You see, the thing is that technology is still a fairly crude tool to if you like, reflect what we understand in human trust in offline terms in an online environment. I mean, you just have to look at, you know, virtual reality and the problems with AI. Many of these technologies are actually quite difficult for people to operate. Fine for technologists and geeks and so on. Far harder for a broader populace, particularly folks, you know, in different age or socioeconomic categories. So, you know, from that perspective, you know, technology is still, you know, a significant challenge, and it's one of the things that, you know, in NGI Trust, we've really pushed to try and bring those technologies to the fore. I mean, things like, you know, bit of trust was mentioned in the lead up to this session, but also I'm thinking of projects such as Pi, where, you know, it's effectively like a parental's control filter. It's a box that's basically filtering out stuff such as you know, all those ad tech cookie catchers and so on that are mining your data. They're filtering out all of these things, and then you have you know, programs like CAP-A, projects like CAP-A and Privacy as Expected Gateway. Those NGI Trust projects, they you know, they're really about reputation management and basically crowdsourcing reputation. And I think, you know, these are all steps along the way. And certainly, as Marcus was talking about with, you know, with the onset of, you know, decentralized identity, but there's still, you know, with his own admission, there's still, you know, a ways to go there. In the meantime, you know, you have to, what can you do in the meantime? And so from Kantara's perspective, of course, you know, it operates a trust framework for conformity assessment and certification against any given standard. So it operates that as well at one end, if you like, with offering trust marks for those third-party assessed and approved things, conformance to standards. But on the other side, it also to do with its own development of its own specifications, such as consent receipt, which is now an ISO, and UMA, as already mentioned, user managed access for delegated authorization. So yes, there are sort of places in the middle. There's a continuum of solutions while other ones are being produced along the way. So it's a continuum. There's no straight answer.
Thanks, Colin. And I think that's just a reflection of how we build trust in reality. There are multiple different ways we can establish trust as a human, and we need multiple different ways to enable people to establish trust online, whether that be through peer-to-peer trust frameworks, or, as you say, trust and accreditation frameworks, which we're seeing built up. I want to come to Alyssa again now. We've talked a lot about trust online, and people tend to think very much about web type driven trust in those environments. We've talked about Google, we've talked about Facebook. But in your work, you're focusing on an open desktop operating system. Can you talk a little bit more about why it's important that we maintain trust there, and the work that you're doing to ensure that that happens?
Sure. So on our desktop computers, we run a huge amount of software. Some of that is web-based, some of it is native, but for all of it, it is with current operating systems, that software is all running in the same what we might call a compartment, where it can every piece of software can interact. They are all roughly equally privileged, and that doesn't match with, I think, how people would like to use computers. So what I'm trying to do with Spectrum is to create a computing environment that contains many compartments or many computing environments, where you can have fine-grained control over what each application you use, and possibly multiple for each have instance of every application is able to access, and that can be access to files and data. It can also be access to hardware, because you might well want to give something access to all of your files, but not access to your camera, or vice versa. And by doing this, we should allow people to reframe the question from "Do you trust?" to "What do you trust? What do you trust them with? What do you trust them to do?" And put people in control of that, rather than having to trust all of the software developers to do only what they have said they will do.
Thanks very much, Alyssa. I think that fits in really nicely with one of the questions we've actually had online from our audience. And that is, can we establish trust by encouraging a privacy risk assessment and asking people to abide to a code of conduct? Marcus, do you have any reflections on that and whether that would help us solve the trust issues?
I think this question is a good example of how the technology itself will never be sufficient for telling you what to trust. There will always be this human element, and if it's a privacy assessment or some other kind of human input or human evaluation of certain technologies or certain pieces of software, and I think this is just as important as the technical trust. I think technical trust, data formats, protocols, the different technical components that we're working on. Also, for example, this kind of compartmentalized software or open hardware, access control. All these technical building blocks are important and the prerequisite for the human trust element. But there will always be a need for some human root of trust, right? Some organizations or trust frameworks or assessment of technologies that will not be replaced by technology.
Thanks very much, Marcus. So we've talked a lot about who we trust and who we don't trust. How do we actually make sure that the projects that we're developing can actually be trusted and meet that criteria? We're often told, and Colin will be familiar with this as he's marked many of the NGI trust proposals with me as we work through this project. We've seen a lot of projects which say things like, we shouldn't be trusting the big players like Google or Amazon or Facebook. But hey, trust me, I'm going to do a project and you can definitely trust me. Colin, what do you want to see from our projects to ensure that they're actually building a secure and trusted framework as we move forward?
Yes, well, it's interesting, isn't it? I certainly sense that there's a push against the big players, and then new players coming to the ecosystem with their supposedly more private, more secure, more better overall thing. Their new thing, and I certainly appreciate that. But and some of those areas are quite good. And one of the interesting things about marking the projects was to try and find those ones that were innovative, because simply replacing one third party with another third party actually doesn't get us very far. You've actually got to find that novelty in the process, and so that's why I did like some of those projects that had the novelty value of crowdsourced reputation and so on. There are other ways of getting that of building that trust in, and I do see that it's critically important to be able to do that. The other thing, of course, is that you've got to be able to these things have got to to get them beyond the test bench and the lab and that sort of kind of viability applied R&D, you've got to have them tested on the ground. And I think that the opportunity is to bring industry much closer together with NGI, with the NGI program and NGI Trust perhaps in particular, so that you can pick up the projects almost. You have almost a market of potential buyers, if you like, poised. And perhaps incented by the European Commission, perhaps to basically take these products on and try them, in the wild. And I think there's we need to be able to get the rubber hitting the road at a much deeper and greater level. To be able to offer some meaningful alternatives. And look, there are. I mean, look at the, and I'll take, one of our consortium partners, Fraunhofer Group. If you ever doing trying to settle on a meeting time and date with Fraunhofer, you won't see Doodle Poll. You'll see the equivalent open source that was produced by Andreas Saltberg from Uninet, and they offer that. That's their Doodle Poll equivalent, and it works terrifically. We just need to be able to pick up these things and use them much more.
I think that's great, that idea that we need to walk the walk and talk the talk in the work that we do as people that are promoting a trusted environment. I think that's really, really important. Just to change angles slightly and maybe be a little bit provocative, do users really care about this? Or do they feel that the work that we're doing, that regulation is doing to try and improve trust, security and privacy online is just getting in the way of usability and their ability to use services? I think the way that cookies were rolled out and the cookie law was implemented actually caused a huge amount of annoyance for users, for example. Marcus, do you have any reflection on how the average user, rather than the people in this room out on the streets, is actually feeling about trust in online environments?
Well, the average user, I mean, what does that mean? I think a lot of people have had experiences that has maybe damaged their trust online. Right? We hear a lot about data breaches and fraud and identity theft and all of that, data leaks, and I think people are becoming more and more aware of the fact that players such as Google and Facebook, not to mention those again, may not be as trustworthy as we used to think that they are. And this goes back a little bit maybe to the previous question: how do we decide, or how can we know that when there's something new coming up, when there's a new product or a new technology, how would an average person know how that can be trusted, right? So we've learned maybe Google, Facebook, we can't trust them, but now there's something new. How do we know as an average person that we can trust that? And I think one key aspect, or one key point, in addition to what Colin already said, is also simply the reliance and use of open standards and open source software. If I'm a small startup, for example, and I say, here, I built this great new thing, and it has an app, and it has a nice interface, and it's encrypted, and all of that, but I built it myself in my basement, right? And nobody knows really what's inside, and that's probably also not as trustworthy as if there was a community and an ecosystem of different companies, different initiatives that use open standards. That's one of the reasons why organizations such as Kantara and the World Wide Web Consortium exist to enable interoperability, to enable also the ability to move from one thing to another, right? If there's one application, one product, one piece of technology that turns out to be not so trustworthy, then I should be able to move, to switch something else. Data portability, interoperability, and the use of open standards, I think are key concepts. Of course, this if you're referring to an average person, I'm not sure how to communicate that, right? But that's important, I think, to give this feeling, to provide this feeling that there's not just one thing that you use and now you're locked into that, but there are different providers, different opportunities, different services that are all interoperable and work together.
Thanks, Marcus. And if I can ask a follow-up question, you make a very good point. And of course, I was being a little facetious about the average user. But when we're building out these trust frameworks, how much do we have to be aware and cognizant about how different we all are as humans? How much do we need to be aware of diversity and of making sure we're building a trust environment that's for everybody and not for a small group of people?
Well, I think that's actually also one of the advantages of decentralization, right? If we use one central service and we're users of that service, then there is no diversity. There's just this one thing, and it's built by one company, and it's the same for all users. On the other hand, if we build decentralized applications, decentralized infrastructure, again based on open standards, then it's possible for different initiatives, different projects to build applications and services within their community or their country or their industry, but still be interoperable with others, right? So there can be different diverse initiatives, projects governed by different organizations and specializing for different audiences, but they can still all interconnect. It's actually interesting in our community where we're working on self-sovereign identity. The idea is that again that you are independent of central authorities, independent of intermediaries, and you're in control of who you are online. But at the same time, there are also a number of different projects that try to implement it. Right? There's the European Self-Sovereign Identity Framework, ESIF. There is a consortium in Germany called ID Union. There's Elastria in Spain, and then again you have the same kind of paradoxical question. You want to build a system that's self-sovereign, where identity and trust depends only on yourself, but at the same time there is different providers, these different systems to choose from, and which one do you trust? And here again, it's very important to be interoperable and to interconnect these different initiatives and into what we would call a network of networks, an interconnected system of different initiatives that can be very diverse but still connected.
Thank you very much, Marcus. To follow up on that, Alyssa, in the Q&A, someone has said, trust is good, control is better. I think that's an interesting concept. Do we need to be totally in control? Do we sometimes just have to have a notion of trust in a system? And how do we make those two things work together?
Well, if you have control, you don't need trust. And I think, at least to some extent, right? Anytime you're more in control, you don't have to trust somebody else to limit themselves if you're able to limit them. And I think that that's a much better model to be working towards where possible. It's never going to be possible to get 100% control and no trust required, I think, because at some level we have to trust at least where all of the software that we're using comes from. There's no way with things as complicated as they currently are that even as an expert, I can understand how absolutely everything on my computer works. And I say this as a person developing an operating system. But absolutely, where possible, we should be putting people in control. And that's something that I'm really trying to do. Because at that point it doesn't matter if I don't trust somebody to respect my privacy with my camera and my microphone. I don't need them to even know that I have those things.
Yeah, I'm very much aware every day when I get into my car how little I know about how that car works and how much I trust I put in the people who manufactured that. Yeah, it's an interesting concept about how we translate that engagement with what is effectively another computer these days. Colin, I wanted to have a quick chat with you about something someone said in one of the promotional videos, and that was that they are building a private web. As we all know, the World Wide Web was very much not built as a private web. It was built as an open space and an open initiative. And a lot of people will say that openness is absolutely essential online. How do we balance out that freedom and openness with the desire to have private notions and to be able to have private transactions online?
Well, yes, it's an interesting concept, and how did we get here? And the notion is that we've got here because the current system isn't working. That's the harsh reality of it. The internet wasn't built the way that it doesn't operate today the way that Tim Berners-Lee thought it would. The web doesn't operate in the way that Vint Cerf thought it would when he built it, when he invented it. And so, we've got, I can absolutely sympathize with the notion of protection through restriction, if you like, because the main system isn't working. You just look at, if we look at the disaster that cookies has created, and you mentioned it yourself, Nicole, that we've now, but we seem to be mentally locked into this architectural model that we currently operate. And the real struggle is trying to remember back to a time when it wasn't like this. And you do see, I applaud all efforts in this direction to try and push the boundaries, to try and push outside the current architectures. With the cookies, example, you have someone like Doc Searls and Project VRM looking at the intention byway now as literally trying to completely circumvent the notion of cookies. So I do see that private networks, private webs are pushing that direction. Will it become mainstream? I don't know, but I absolutely applaud them for pushing the boundaries and asking the question about why the current system isn't working and what we can do to change that.
Thank you very much, Colin. And Marcus, I'm actually going to follow up with the same question to you. Do you have any reflections on the balance between that open environment and the concept of a private web?
I think originally when the web was first designed and the first specifications and the data formats and protocols, the technical building blocks of the web were designed, originally it didn't really have a bias either way, I think public or private, but it has clearly evolved into a direction that is maybe too public and not private enough. So an initiative like builds a more private web, hopefully based on standards, is a great thing. The underlying theory, I guess, is that technology is not neutral, right? A lot of people say technology is neutral, and you have a certain building block or a certain technical feature, and you can use it for good or evil, and the technology itself is neutral. But that's, I think, an outdated view nowadays. I think we're more aware that specific technologies are not neutral, like cookies are a piece of technology, but it really reinforces the power imbalance, right? And the lock-in effects and the surveillance and all of those things. So I agree with Colin that any efforts in the direction to push to a more private web and a web that is where individuals and organizations and the participants of the web are more equal, right? Where there's less of a built-in power balance. Should be supported, and I think NGI is doing great work in with it.
Thank you very much, Marcus. So we have some questions in the chat around if NGI is really supporting openness and trust and trusted environments, why are you using all of these commercial tools? I think that's a very, very fair comment. And I know that the NGI organisers also tried as much as possible to balance out the ability to use open tools with effectively usability. And I think that's one of the driving factors that making the change from some of the bigger players to environments that we can say are more trusted or provide more openness to users. Alyssa, do you have any reflections on how hard it is for people to say, stop using Zoom or stop using Google when perhaps the alternatives don't meet their usability requirements?
Well, I think the biggest issue with not using Google or not using Zoom is that everybody has to do it at once, basically. Because if I want to stop using Zoom, I have to get all of my friends to stop using Zoom, and get my workplace to stop using Zoom. And if they want to stop using Zoom, then they have to do the same thing. And if we had a sort of federated systems, that wouldn't be the case. But lock-in turns out to be very good for some very rich people. So it is hard to compete on usability, and I think that is something that the NGI can really help with by putting resources towards that. And another thing would be marketing, where a lot of people just don't know about alternatives that might have better motivations, and if you're not well aware of what the alternatives are, when you hear their names, you won't have any idea, and you won't have in your head the sort of existing idea of, is this something that I can trust? So I think work on usability is important, but we also don't give people the space to think about trust at all. And so trust is, I think, not even a consideration a lot of the time, because it's something that I think you can just feel very powerless about, and sort of just try and lock away and think about it, because what are you can't trust the services that you're using. That's very scary, but what are you going to do about it? It's sort of like the climate crisis in that way, where it's difficult for people to feel that they can make a difference to it, and it is difficult for individuals to make a difference. So we need to reframe that a bit and let trust become part of the conversation and part of the balance with usability, while we work on getting our usability to match those of the hyperscalers, was the word I learned this week.
Thank you very much, Alyssa. Yes, and I know that at the beginning of lockdown, when we were all suddenly faced with having to perhaps take on new and different tools, NGI did put out some information about alternatives to collaboration tools and video conferencing tools that we could use online. But I think we have a long journey to go there in terms of how we eat our own dog food and how we promote out. We've only a few minutes left, and there was one other question that I wanted to explore with this panel, and that's about how we make sure that privacy and security work well together. We've talked about how privacy, security, and usability might work together, but sometimes privacy and security can actually cause each other problems. As somebody who works with CSIRT, Security Incident Response Teams, the introduction of GDPR actually caused one significant issue, and that was the redaction of information in WHOIS, which was used by these incident response teams in a very proactive way to reach out to companies, to websites, to people when they had issues, when they were compromised. And the redaction of information in WHOIS, because of GDPR concerns, has caused problems for how we actually interoperate securely with incident response teams. Colin, do you have any reflections on where we get these things wrong and where trying to improve something in one direction can actually break functions that are supporting another?
Well, with my, I did for a number of years work for a certain government, and governments tend to strike this issue all the time. I mean, certainly you have you have your own domestic privacy legislation, but then there are situations in which you need a break glass. So I think a lot of it is down to governance and really well-tuned governance to be able to know when to operate the break glass. That the information is necessarily captured, but not necessarily public. But there is a way in which you can, because your context is different. If you're if the context is a nation-state critical attack of some description, then you have a very different kind of interaction or intervention context than you do in a general day-to-day online transaction. And I think we've got to understand the context very differently to be able to manage them. So from an ecosystem, from an online transaction, online life sense, I do think that there shouldn't be really at the front end a detraction from usability through privacy. I don't think there should be, but I'm less convinced that there's there's very much a limit to what you can do with back end. You want to limit any kind of back end intervention, and I'm certainly one who does not encourage backdoors to encrypted and so on. Certainly not. But I think there is, to some extent, the ability to. There should be a break glass scenario to allow back end stuff. To get the information you need to solve a particular law enforcement, shall we say, issue, as opposed to online transaction. But it's certainly a tough thing. But I do see that privacy and security. I don't think that privacy should be compromised by security. I don't feel we have to do that. I don't think it's necessary, and it follows logically.
Thank you very much, Colin. Marcus, do you think that the regulations, and reflecting back on the keynote we have this morning, as the EU, we're putting in a lot of regulations around privacy with GDPR, we're looking at security through things like the NIS directive and the new NIS2 directive. Are those directives, those regulations, those controlling frameworks going in the right direction to ensure that we can have an internet of trust?
I think yes. I think they are useful. GDPR here in the EU for sure has influenced and captured the imagination also of the rest of the world, and has really set an example. I do think that when it comes to deciding how security and privacy and trust and identity, how they work online, I do think that should ultimately be governed not by technology, but by democratically elected institutions and that there should be this authority that has the ability and the right to put certain regulations in place, with the understanding, of course, that sometimes this can also go into the wrong direction. Sometimes these values, what's more important, security, privacy, these change over time, right? So there may be a time in a few decades, I don't know, when maybe we have different feelings or different ideas on how private or how secure certain things should be. This also changes between different parts of the world. In Europe, in the US, we tend to be very much aware now of this of surveillance and too little privacy, and we tend to be over-identified, right? Too many parties know too much about us, but in other parts of the world, a lot of people are under-identified. There are people who don't have birth certificates, who are not able to access certain services. So in that case, too few parties know too little, and then maybe different rules and also different technologies could be more appropriate. I think the common denominator or the baseline that we should always, or that cannot be discussed and that should not be subject to negotiation is the essence of who we are and human rights, freedom of expression, right to privacy, right to identity, right to existence. That should always be reflected both by the technology and.
Thanks very much, Marcus. As we have a few minutes left, we could be talking about this subject for hours. I see there are a huge number of questions still that we didn't manage to get to in the chat, and I'm sorry about that. There's so many different things we could talk about in terms of trust in a large open environment versus a small closed environment, lots of other things we could tackle. But before we go, I wanted to ask each of our panelists, what more could NGI be doing to help support this notion of the trusted internet and an internet of humans? And as one of the innovators working within the programme, I'd like to come to Alyssa first with that question.
Well, as I hinted at already, I think one of the things that we could really use is help getting NGI funded projects in front of people that they could help. So help with promotion and marketing would be I think a really big deal for getting things out there that people could trust, and educating people about online trust and how they can decide whether to trust software and services, and how and what they can be in control over when they don't need to be able to trust.
Thanks very much, Alyssa. And Colin, as someone who's involved with NGI Trust and has been involved as a marker of projects, an assessor and a coacher, what more would you like us to be doing in this space?
Well, I agree with Alyssa that there's a real need, I think, for for the union, for the Commission. you've got to appreciate that to actually step up and perhaps, it steps up a lot, but to be actually be much closer to the projects, be prepared to take them on, have business poised. It's like a machine. I mean, you've got to appreciate that when you look at the scale of Google and Facebook. The European Commission is not larger. I would contend that it's much smaller. So from that perspective, there is it itself has to scale to be even fractionally influential on the big platforms, because I would say that there's a big size differential even if you take the whole union together. So there's a lot of work to do to get up to that scale. But I think Alyssa's quite right. A much more well-oiled machine in marketing, and of course, what's happening with this forum is a real step in the right direction. And congratulations, fantastic job, folks, in this. But there is a marketing. There's a notion of having private industry poised and ready to try. Okay, some things may not work as well as we like, but unless you get them out there, talk about them, invest in them, promote them, build them, drive them higher and better, bigger and better, then we're not going to get there. So we've got to start.
Thank you very much, Colin. And then just to finish up, Marcus, do you have any reflections on what you would like to see NGI doing in the trust space?
I don't know. Colin was talking about the big players. I don't have so much experience on that level. I can give the other perspective from as a small company. We have received several NGI grants already. We're incredibly thankful, and I find NGI really impressive, and it's an amazing. It's an amazing instrument, and I'm in contact with a lot of other European projects and companies who are also being supported, who also think this is really helping them. I'm also in contact with a lot of American friends and colleagues who don't have that and who envy us. So I have really nothing to offer in terms of how it could be better. I'm just from the perspective of someone who's also benefiting from this, and as a small company, I have only positive impressions and nothing really to add to that.
Thank you all very, very much. It's been a really interesting conversation. I really appreciate all the points that you've made, and I've really enjoyed going down this rabbit hole of trust with all of you today. We're going to be having more conversations around trust throughout the rest of today. We're moving into a session, I believe, on digital principles that's going to be talking a lot more about, again, this human point, ethical points around how we use the internet and how we trust each other online. But it's just for me to say thank you to all of you guys, and then to come and hand back over to Dan, I believe.
Absolutely. So thank you, Nicole, Alyssa, Marcus, and Colin. That was a fascinating panel and a perfect segue, because indeed you were talking about European regulation, and we have been talking about the need to create the Internet of Humans based on European values. And now we're going to ask ourselves, what are these values and how do we translate them into digital principles which we can commonly agree on as a baseline for legislation? So in our next panel, we'll try to find out. I'd like to welcome to join me for this panel, Gemma Carolillo, your Deputy Head of the NGI Unit at the European Commission, Katia Bego, Principal Researcher at Nesta and Coordinator of NGI Forward. Hello to you as well. And Antoine Verne, Co-Director at Mission Publique. So hopefully we can tackle this topic from the perspective of the general public, which Antoine will bring, experts like Katia, and the EU, which is represented here by Gemma. So I'd like to start with you, Gemma. Last week, the Commission launched a public consultation about the digital principles. I'd like to ask you to tell us a little bit more about this exercise. But before you do, let me also remind the viewers that they can also submit ideas to you and to your colleagues by clicking on the ideas column. I've been following, and I see that there are almost 50 suggestions already last time I checked. So I don't know, Gemma, if you already had a chance to look at some of these suggestions. I advise you to have a look, but maybe in the meantime, why don't you tell us about your official consultation, general perspective of this exercise?
Thank you, Dan, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us for this session. I hope you hear me well.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So, Dan, allow me just to give a couple of words, not one, of context. So, what is this consultation? So, a couple of months ago, the Commission issued this communication looking at 2030 Digital Compass. What it is? It's a vision for how we do in Europe the so-called European way for the digital decade. This concept of digital decade has been around in European policy since last year. It was announced by the President of the European Commission. So we should get organized to make sure that forthcoming years are mapped as the digital decade for the EU, and also so the vision it's trying to tell us, and actually we are also trying to shape it in ways like this consultation, how we should land in about 10 years in a society which is digital, is sustainable, is human-centered. So this communication is addressing four main elements. So the skills, so we need to have, of course, a skilled population and highly skilled digital professionals. How we need to build and revamp, in some cases, the digital infrastructures, including the issue of connectivity. How our businesses and public services should embrace the digital transformation. Now, this communication, which is a policy document, will be followed by a program which would set specific targets, how to monitor those, and also a governance structure. Together with this, and here we comes with the digital principles, there is a framework to be built around digital principles. What are these? These are sort of concepts that would define how we want to land in the digital decade in a digital society which is based on what we call the European values. The digital principles will inform the citizens, the users, but also in particular guide the actions of policymakers and digital operators. So it's very important that we get a lot of contribution, because what we are doing now is precisely to launch a consultation asking about the areas that we've in a way pre-identified, but also seeking for gaps, things that we might have missed, asking how relevant some of these areas and these principles are, and also asking for more precise contributions about how these things should be implemented. I think there is a sort of a long list of areas, but we'll have opportunities to present this. So I don't know if you want me to briefly go over the areas that are in the consultation.
Talk about yes, a few of them, but why don't you list all the, 8 different principles? So that we know when we have them, and then we'll try to dive into some of them.
These are the digital principles are shaped around key areas, and then of course
maybe we can also see them on the screen. I think there's a slide for the 8 principles.
Yes, I think it would be good that we have a list so that people can have a look and can also know what are they asked to contribute about. But so we are talking about universal access to internet services, the opportunity for citizens and business to have access to a secure and trust online environment, the universal digital education and skills for people in order to take an active role in society and in democratic processes, access to digital systems and devices that respect the environment. So here we are entering sustainability, accessible and human-centric digital public services and administration, ethical principles for human-centric algorithms, protecting and empowering the children and young people in the online space, and the access to digital health services. As I say, this is a long list. These are main areas where then in the consultation there are more specific principles associated to each of these areas. Of course, the purpose of the consultation is, first of all, ask whether there is support for the establishment of such a framework. So do we want a clear set of digital principles to guide the future actions of the EU in the digital society? Also, of course, to collect more concrete feedback. So again, as I said, are we missing something out? What concretely do we do to have these principles really transformed in concrete measures? And of course, this is to say principles are not binding, but the moment they will be transposed into regulation, into policy actions, they will have a very concrete impact on the EU citizens and businesses' lives. Last point, I think so, as regards the consultation idea. So there is a public consultation ongoing. This was launched last week on 12th of May. I think we'll be able to distribute the link. I saw it on the previous slide that was shown next to me. But we can, of course, distribute it to the participants. So there is this public consultation, which is open until 2nd of September. But consultation is also taking part to events like today. So there is a set of questions that, as Dan mentioned, we are asking our participants to reply to. There are several events that are being organized where more structured comments can be provided. Also, position papers, or our stakeholders can provide feedback in many different ways. So I would say that consultation for our community starts today. So please participate to the debate, and this is the beginning of the process. So we are really looking forward to hear feedback from this community on this idea of digital principles.
Thank you, Gemma. As you mentioned, one way, am I being heard? Yes, okay. So you said that one way is indeed the official consultation of the Commission. We are using this NGI Forum also to collect some feedback from you. So as you might see now on your screen, we're asking a general question of a word cloud. So here the input is 1 or 2 words just to get some ideas that could feed into this for the work that you are doing. And also, as I mentioned, there's the ideas column. So hopefully you will be able to reap and harvest all of these different channels of ideas in order to make sure that you are on the right track and you are in line with what citizens are expecting from you. And I'd like to turn from you now to Antoine, because you have been doing your own exercise of consulting with citizens, not only in Europe, but also around the world about their feelings about the internet. So Antoine, maybe you can tell us a little bit about the context of your exercise. How were you going about it? I understand that it was different continents, over 80 countries. So what exactly was it that you were doing in order to get public opinion on these big questions?
Yes, thank you, Dan, and hello, everyone.
I love your headset, very much in style.
Yeah. Thank you for the invitation today. So I will share some insights of the process we have been deploying since 2017. Maybe you can show the next slide. So next, yeah, thank you. So what Ambition Publique, we work on testing, improving, and institutionalizing deliberative governance. So what does that mean? It means, next slide, that we want to tackle political questions for which decision makers have a blockade. So questions that are new, maybe like internet, the future of internet, but also climate, migration, where we have a huge challenge to solve with traditional ways of politics. And in order to help that process, to help decision makers, we deploy deliberative processes, meaning that we invite ordinary citizens to join a dialogue. Ordinary citizens, meaning people that are non-engaged, non-active, and absolutely having no idea of the topic on which they are going to talk. And we invite them to discuss, to take time to discuss. Maybe you can show the next slide. And so we gather them by random selection very often. We give them some key information on the topics. We give them time to discuss and to explore their opinions, to build their opinions, and then to produce recommendations and what we call an informed opinion. And this will bring back to decision makers. Next slide. And in the past year, we have been working on with the internet. With the internet is exactly that kind of dialogue at global level on the questions key to the future of internet and internet governance. And last year, in October in 2020, we have had more than 70 countries participating in that process. In Europe, around 22 countries of the European Union participating in that process and dialogue. Half of them have been online dialogue, and half of them have been face-to-face dialogues. Maybe I'll show you 2, 3, maybe next slide. And that's the movie. There is a very good movie about it. So you can go on the website and look at the movie. It will show you how it was. But then you can, next slide. Here are the countries that participated. Next slide. And the kind of participants we had. So we had a very good gender balance. And if you show the next slide, I can also show you where people came from all over the world, and doing many things in their lives. So very normal people taking part of that discussion. And if you go to the next slide, they had knowledge prior to internet, to the deliberation on internet, many knowing what it was about, but some of them absolutely not knowing what the internet was about, but also on more complex topics. They had no idea of those topics before coming into the discussion. And through the discussion, they learned about it and were in a position to articulate their opinion on it. Maybe next slide. And next slide. And that's some impressions from all over the world. As a relation to the next generation internet, we have asked citizens to work on 4 topics. The first one was about their relation to internet and how they see internet. The second topic was about data. So we asked them, how should we handle data and a data-driven society? How that should be considered. The third question was about disinformation. So how should we talk with another online? How should be the discussion online? And the fourth topic was about artificial intelligence. What comes out as main results, and I can be short here, we can then have questions and answers, but in a way, what you have been doing and what the NGI process is very well supported by citizens. So it's a good news for the European Commission, the European Union, is that citizens all over the world, and there are no big differences from north, south, east, west, are supporting a value-driven internet. When we ask them to work on data and how we should consider data, we propose them 4 scenarios. Should data be seen as a resource? Should data be seen as a job or work? Should data be seen as an infrastructure? Or should data be seen as a human right? And the immense majority of participants all over the world said, okay, it has to be linked to human rights, so to values, and then we can understand how we transform that into a data policy. If we take the topic of disinformation, we also ask them what should be the best tools, the most urgent and useful tools to fight against disinformation. Here again, the immense or the huge majority of participants said education should be the most urgent and the most effective tool, whereas technical tools, for example, were rated very lower on the scale. So what we see is that citizens have that feeling that values should drive policies on internet and the future of internet. And maybe one last number on artificial intelligence. We also asked, okay, should artificial intelligence development be driven by values? Should it be driven by profit? Should it be driven by the usefulness in terms of rational life saved or this kind of metrics? And 90% said, no, it has to be value-driven as a development. So there is a strong alignment with what the NGI program is about and what citizens of the world think. So in a conclusion, you're doing a good job and you have the full support of people when people take the time to think about that topic.
It's very interesting when you say people, because we tend to think that in Europe we have a different perspective. And maybe it might so happen that what people around the world feel, especially in non-democratic countries, is reflected in what Europe sees as European values. So basically you're telling us people all over the world want freedom, want access, want privacy, but we perceive it as European because here public sentiments are translated in an ideal world, you know, not always, but when everything works fine, into policy. But very interesting to see from a global perspective that there aren't major differences between Europe and the rest of the world. We'll go back to some of the specific topics that you surveyed your populations about and try to compare some perspectives of the different panelists with Gemma and Katja. But I'd like to move now to Katja, because Antoine, you were telling us about public opinion, so you were trying to be as representative as possible to the population. You showed us a little bit the demographics. Whereas you, Katja, hi, how are you? You're working as an expert. So your team, I suppose, is not necessarily representative of the population. It's representative of people who have real knowledge and added value and expertise. So why don't you tell us about the kind of work that you're doing on these topics? Maybe a little bit of the context as Antoine did, and maybe a bit of some of the, I know your project is huge, you're not going to be exhaustive, but some of the results, and then we'll try to dive into some of the topics that you all three have in common.
Great. Thanks, Dan. Yeah, so hi, everyone. So I'm Katja, I'm the coordinator of the NGI Forum project, which is the policy and strategy office, I would say, of the NGI initiative. So we help the Commission come up with a sort of strategy or policy agenda, roadmap for the NGI, as well as a sort of future vision. As part of that, so I work at Nesta. We are a think tank, a more in the civil society space based in the UK, but we have partners from all over Europe, in academia, also in civil society, more from the technology side. And I think that diversity is very important because I kind of see as a large part of our work as well to not just come with a vision and this is how it should be, but to really make sure that the NGI is not just a sort of top-down initiative, but also a bottom-up one, because I guess as we've seen over the past 2 days, a lot of these solutions really happen from the ground up. A lot of interesting things are happening all over the continent and elsewhere. And it's not really about integrating that or making that into one sort of holistic system. So, and I guess that's, to me, that's very important. And that's why I think we need to bring in this diversity of expertise as well, because a lot of the problems that we face on the internet today are not, they really kind of happen across the stack and they don't have a single solution. So if we look at the bottom up, sort of at the infrastructure level, that's where problems already start happening, and then all the way up from applications, etc., to the sort of impact that the internet is having, or connectivity is happening sort of in our lived environments or in physical space. So it's just an incredibly complex issue, and I think we need a lot of different people involved from a lot of different perspectives, not just technologies. Like, not the solution is not just new technology, the solution is not just new regulation, but it's a mix of all of these different things, and we need to understand what the different building blocks are and understand who we can kind of mobilize to work on those and to make them, bring them all together. So that's a bit, I guess, keeping it quite brief, our perspective on this. I'm happy to go into some of maybe the specifics or that.
Let's try to go back and structure this around the principles that Gemma presented in the beginning, and maybe we can stay with you, Katja, for another moment, because one of them was universal access to the internet. So you're working, as opposed to Antoine, more in a European context, if I understand correctly. Is access really an issue for Europeans? I mean, the level of penetration of internet in Europe is quite high. Is that something that we should be concerned about?
I still think so. I don't think like the issue of access it's just one that is really just about broadband rollout, right? Like, even though, I mean, there's still areas of Europe where that really needs improvement. And I guess separately, I also think Europe has a role to play in making sure other bits of the world where internet penetration is really still much lower also get connected. But separate from that, I think the issue of access is a much more complicated one. So it's really the sort of nexus of affordability. Tends to be that lower income areas, for example, also that the internet there is much more expensive. So even though technically they could get access, people can get access, they might not be able to afford it. Also seen during COVID, I guess, the sort of growing issues of this digital divide and what that means. Like, I think it's increasingly bad when people don't have full access to the internet. So maybe they have a connection at home, but they lack the digital skills. The jobs.
In other words, it's not a yes or no question whether we have access or not, but there's a whole spectrum of what quality and to which extent we can make profit, we can make use, of it. Antoine, around the world, did you have a different feedback on accessibility? Is that something that is really preoccupying the minds of people, I don't know, in the global south, for example, that they're deprived from using the internet?
We don't know. And it's actually funny, because as we were preparing the topics for the global deliberation, of course, access and accessibility was topic number 1 at the beginning. And then we said yes, but no, because actually no one will say we don't need accessibility and access. So we said, okay, so that's not really a good controversial question for citizens because there is not a real debate around that. So we said, okay, no, we are not going to tackle that. And then came COVID, and then the question of accessibility was huge in terms of understanding how can we ensure the diversity of participants in places where it was not allowed to have a physical meeting. So in a way, it was a boomerang effect. At the end, we solved it, and it was very interesting to have to shift the design of the deliberation from face-to-face to online. But our partners had to send devices and data packages to participants so they could be onboarded. We had to onboard participants so that they learned how to use the app, how to be online with the dialogue. At the end, it was a very good, in a way, improvement of the process. I mean, in the Philippines, our partners send out devices to many islands, and at the end, it made it possible to have people that would have not come to the capital city for participation in a physical meeting, but through that access, we're able to participate to the dialogue. So at the end, it was a question, not at the beginning, but now we think that this is something that we need indeed for next iteration, and in the future, it's a huge question.
So in other words, it was originally not a subject question, it became a methodological question for you on how to even bring the voices in, and now it's in both. Yes. Now you understand that it's an issue on both sides, and I would assume not only in terms of quality, as Katja was saying, but really having any kind of access in some remote areas where the infrastructure is non-existent. So it's interesting, and maybe here there is a difference between Europe and the rest of the world because it's on the same level of technological development. Maybe to move on to another one of the principles that Gemma was telling us before, universal digital identity. So I know, Katja, that you have been working very much on this particular topic, and I think you've mentioned it also in passing, but I'd like to have you maybe elaborate a little bit on the model that you have in mind, because I find it absolutely blowing. It really revolutionizes the way that we would identify ourselves and share content on the internet. So maybe you can tell us a little bit. You changed the name, no? There was one model, now it's called differently, but maybe tell us a little bit about this vision, this model that you have in mind.
Yeah, sure, thanks. Yeah, it's a semi-work in progress of the project, and I noticed there's quite a lot of activity and similar ideas around it across Europe. So last fall, we published a vision paper for building a more inclusive, democratic, sustainable future internet by the end of the decade. And one large part of that was this idea of giving every European a sort of self-sovereign online identity, and I'm very happy that that's also one of the digital principles currently, and that's been a big priority as part of the digital compass, etc., for the Commission to make sure that all Europeans have that. Because basically, like I guess the identity problem still remains one of the internet's original sins, right? Like it's just you can't really have trust on the internet unless we solve that. So the model we propose in the paper is this idea that we would combine digital identity with new models, sort of personal data store. So imagine that you would move to a model where every citizen, initially probably Europeans, but I think this is something that could easily be scaled worldwide, could be a European model, would be able to share their data in the way that they want to share elements of their identity with who they want to, and retract that at any time. This is, but if you compare, because a lot of, I guess, a big issue that we have done today is that we really rely on intermediaries, right, building trust for us, and that those intermediaries also tend to be the same actors that collect so much of our personal data. So you can get at this at the same point if we bring that data and those elements of identity verification back to ourselves, basically. So the idea here would be is that you no longer would have to have one enormous technology company, because that tends to not be the way you can compete in a digital economy, is to accumulate more and more data, create your own huge data lake, but instead think about, can we bring this back to the individual, and can we I say that, can we bring this back to the individual and almost have a distributed data lake, if that makes sense, where everyone can tap in, playing by the kind of shared rules. So that's a bit.
If you allow me, let me tell you how I understood it, and you tell me if I'm off. So basically, I accumulate my data, it's protected somehow, maybe you'll explain to us how, and then I decide to whom, at which point, I want to give which parts of my data. So as opposed to now Facebook or Amazon or Netflix owning the data that they have on me, I own it, I give it, I take it away at any given moment.
Yeah,
so I have my
exactly.
identity, and the data is always somewhere where I can decide who has access to it, but they never actually own my data. I can always just take it away from them without as opposed to now GDPR, where I have to request that they delete it, etc., the right to be forgotten. Now, I mean, technically, I just cut them off. Is that more or less?
Yeah, I think it's quite one of
I
the
simplify,
quite
that's my job,
elegant,
but...
the elegant bits, I guess, of the self-sovereign identity is this idea of retractability, right? So you give permission at a certain point, the data sits with me, but then I can also request it back, or I can retract that access. So it is a constant conversation. I don't give permission once, and then I give away my rights to someone else, but that is a constant dialogue where I keep power even at any time, basically. So I think that's very interesting. I was really keen, like in the previous panel as well, a lot of that was discussed.
And how do we protect that data? And while you're answering, we're asking now also our audience, who would they trust in making sure that our data is well protected, which again links also, as you said, with the previous panel on trust. In this model that you're proposing, how do we make sure that our data is indeed safe? Because in theory, that could be a critical point where all the data is in one place, you hack one place and you have everything on everyone. So how do we protect such valuable database?
Yeah, that's actually so kind of two bits on that. So I think in terms of the trust question, I think it's really about sort of finding that right balance between centralization and decentralization, right? Because I don't per se think that this should be a government endeavor, that there is one central database. It's also not how the technical logic works.
So more of a blockchain, ledger, or decentralized system of data collection?
Yeah, because a big part of this logic is basically that you no longer have one huge data, like one huge centralized database, right? It's that it sits with all of us as individuals. So it actually makes it also, from a security point of view, a lot less interesting to try and hack into something, because there won't be these sort of centralized nodes.
But in terms of regulating it and setting the standards, as we heard Eva Kelly saying this morning, setting the standards and how this model would be protected and ensuring citizens, when we tell them, up until now, you've been giving your data to a whole bunch of companies around the world. Now you put it in one place and it's safe. How do we gain the trust of citizens and reassure them that it is indeed safe? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, this will get a bit more. So I do think there's definitely a role for government to play to regulate a lot of this. But the model we actually propose is to not make this a sort of centralized government thing, if that makes sense, but something that's actually governed more by the kind of open source civil society community. So you would build an independent body that would have the funding provided by the Commission, member states, to sort of constantly check, audit, make sure that these models work, to come up with a shared governance model for how they should keep working, make sure things are secure. But there is no sort of central ownership in that sense, or kind of, because I think one of the big points would be like we might be quite happy to share our data or have relationships with maybe, like our local government about a parking fine, if that's the relationship, but it's probably tricky to have that relationship, or if there be a central government actor in between that would somehow have the same.
So it's interesting you say that, because we're asking now on Slido the audience, who would they trust to monitor, we ask. Not to collect, not to own, not to keep, but just to monitor the standards or to set the... And you see that many people are telling us neither, and I think they might have a similar approach to what you just described, of saying it's neither a company nor a government, but it's some kind of... what was the terms you used? I mean, some kind of an international... joint collaboration of...
Yeah, it's like a bit sort of independent. You would need to have an independent governance body in place, basically, that is more community-led, and that's quite large. The kind of absolutely not the model to follow, and a bit wonky maybe for this chat, but like it's a bit like in the way that how ICANN, like the one of the domain name systems in the past, used to be funded by the UK government. So they're fully independent, it was all transparent. All of this should be built on open technology that people can understand. The average citizen might not, but the wider community can understand what these things are built on, etc. So that's quite vital part of it, I think, because, I mean, especially in certain European countries, there's really not much, I think, opportunity for people to say, like, I'm going to share all of this with a sort of opaque, either government body or private sector body. Both of these models haven't really worked. I think that's a bit the problem or the point where we're at currently.
So you think this would be safer when it's neither a government nor a company, but some kind of an independent body made up of, I would assume, experts with a governmental mandate to recommend or to set the standards?
Yeah, that is a bit the idea behind it, yes.
Okay, Antoine, do you think that this kind of model would be interesting also for the people that you interviewed in other parts of the world outside of Europe? Do you think that people, I don't know, in Africa or Southeast Asia are also preoccupied with what kind of data they're giving Google or Facebook or Amazon, and they are also looking for solutions, or is the debate different in those parts of the world?
So basically, it's almost the same. What we have seen is that people have a lower trust in governments and private companies. The higher trust level on the palette was the research, academia, and technical community, and the international and global organizations like the UN, the European Union. So people had a feeling that this question of data was something to be handled as a supranational level because of its nature, but indeed needs a new model of governance. In any case, that's also the strong message that comes for all topics. When we ask who should take the decision, who should take part to the discussion, so we always asked who should take part to the decision, who should take the final decision. Here again, what you have as a priority are always, in all the topics, artificial intelligence, data, disinformation, is always scientific community, technical community, international organizations are leading, let's say, the way, and governments, national governments, local governments have a lower level. And when it comes to decision, the lowest are the private companies, but they are quite high when it comes to taking part of the discussion. So there is a very strong support for that kind of model of how we will decide about the future of digital matters. I wanted also yes, there is one difference that we saw, one of the few differences at international level. There is a much higher trust in government in the Asian countries. So that's something that is a reflection.
How so?
We don't know, but I mean, you said what?
How so? What is the difference between Asian countries and the rest of the world?
So they put governments much higher on the list.
So they have more trust in their governments in Asia, you're saying, than in the rest of the world?
Yes.
Even more than in Europe?
Yeah. Yes. No, yes.
Or do you make a distinction between democratic countries in Asia and non-democratic countries? South Korea, Japan would be different than, I don't know, and India also democratic, different than I don't know.
So we had Philippines, for example, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, and in all those countries it was higher than in Europe or North and South America. South America was the lowest level of trust in government. Okay. So there is a kind of, for us it's a kind of data, check data, because we know that there is a low level of trust in governments in South America, and that's what we also see in our data. But what I found interesting is when we really this feeling that companies should be part of the solution. That's something which is very strong in the results too. That people don't have that. I mean, they also say, that they have access to very good services, and they know how to. They acknowledge that, so it's not a black-white solution on that. Yes, and on the question of trust, that's also interesting because what they say is that so people had this kind of feeling that a data-driven society is something that is positive all in all, that will bring more benefits than drawbacks if there is this condition of trust and governance. So they really put those two conditions as being the core conditions. And the third one, I already said it, is if its data is linked to human rights. So that we have a security that that data is in a frame of value-driven and human rights frame, and then it's okay, and then it will bring more opportunities. Here, maybe another difference, as I talk, is on the African continent. There was in most of the countries in the African continent, there was a more positive view on the use of data and how data can help economy and the job situation. Whereas in Europe, it was more a view of data and data economy killing jobs. In Africa, it was more an opportunity to have more jobs. So we also see here the positioning.
But I feel like I'm pushing you to find the differences while you're telling me that overall there was convergence between Europe and the rest of the world. And I find it interesting because it sounds from what you're all three are saying that Europe is providing solutions that are in line with what public opinion is telling us, not only in Europe, but public opinion around the world. And with that, I'd like to turn to Gemma. Do you think that the kind of solutions that we just heard from Katja could be then expanded into the rest of the world? Of course, the mandate of the EU is limited, but to which extent do you think, Eva Kaili was saying a standard setter this morning, so do you think that in theory, what Katja was presenting to us earlier could become a European concrete model which is adopted and legislated around, etc., and at some point a spillover effect to other parts of the world where we're hearing from Antoine there's appetite for that?
Thank you, Dan. I think, first of all, let me say, in the EU, we are revising the rules as regards digital identity. So a proposal is in the making and soon to be issued, which revises the current eIDAS regulation for e-identification and trust services. So this is work which is underway, and we ourselves have to learn a lot from the past experiences from the past 6 years when we had this in place, and we have seen things that work well and things that work less well. But what both Katja and Antoine mentioned also in relation to the issue of connectivity and access. So I don't think there is a difference at the level of what is desired from the citizens around the world. This is what we heard also from Antoine. When we speak about digital citizenship, so the possibility of the citizens to live their digital life, if you want, which is not to be seen as opposed to the offline life, I don't think there is much difference as regards as the need to have their data protected, even if the cultural difference is in place in between continents and sometimes even between regions, as regards the need to have a solution which is secure, as regards the need to make sure that their identity is not manipulated or is not taken away for whatever purpose. So I think these are needs which are pretty much common. Of course, before we talk about the EU in a way trying to expand its outreach outside in the sense of exporting the ideas, we need, as I say, to fix our own rules internally, and this is what we are currently trying to do. But one thing which we have seen in some cases, areas that have been mentioned in previous session, of course, when we set up the rules for data protection with GDPR, this has had, in a way, a cascading effect in terms of other areas of the world getting inspired by this type of regulation. We have the same in the areas of cybersecurity, where we had the first comprehensive set of rules with the NIS directive, which is now being revised.
Would you say this was intended or this was a side effect after the regulations? Do you think that legislators thought in advance, once we put GDPR in place, that the world would follow?
No, you are not going to put in my mouth that we had foreseen this type of effect, in the sense that, of course, data protection now, since data is the currency of the digital society, then of course this has an effect all over the world a priori. Mm-hmm. But we conceived the rules based on what are the so-called European values. So the fact that we want that there is a high standard of data protection for our citizens, mm-hmm. no matter where they live, so I mean European citizens all over the world, but also no matter the services that they are accessing. Of course, this creates an impact also outside, because internet services no borders, so it's clear that there is an impact, but it's not, I would say, by design. And it's, of course, a mutual learning also from us as participating in international fora. This is, it's also the way we contribute with our technical communities to participate, for example, in standard setting bodies. This is a clear contribution from our side, where we bring standards that are up to the European expectations, but where we draw from others' experience, and then in the end, standards tend to be international. And it's also a place where we confront other visions of the world. It's also what we do in research and innovation through international collaboration. For example, the topic of digital identity, you will hear later in a short while, it's also part of our international collaboration. So in NGI, we are working on digital credentials, and we are working towards collaborating with other areas of the world in this topic, so that we ensure that the solutions that we are trying to adopt are not only working inside, so that there is an increased level of interoperability at EU level, but also with other areas of the world. If you allow me, Dan, one thing, because you said that this is something that the Europeans want, but others want too. One thing we know for sure, that recently we surveyed the Europeans with the Eurobarometer, so over 60% of the Europeans say they want a secure digital identity for all online services, and they want to have some control over the use of their data. Now, the issue of the role played by the large platforms, this does not stop at the EU borders, of course. So this is something which needs to be tackled at international level. So at the moment, the large platforms have a huge role in digital identification, and the business case Katia was referring to it includes that the data that we generate are used by the platforms that provide the identification. So it's a tricky situation, because how then do you ensure that the users have a choice if they don't have a possibility for independent identification? Because the alternative to the single-use identification through the large platform is that you need to create multiple username, password, and this is not convenient, and it's not user-friendly. It also poses security risks. So how to address all these issues together, so the trust level, the possibility to get independent identification, this is what we are trying to work on, towards working to a trusted digital identification which allows to protect the data, and it can be used everywhere we want to authenticate across the internet. So it's also how you selectively choose what data to disclose. This enters the topic of the so-called data wallet. So you have the wallet of data, and in a way you select what data are disclosed to whom. As I said, this is something which we are working on. There is a proposal coming up before the summer for a revised regulation on digital identity. And we really do hope that these more than 60% of people who declare they really want to use a digital identity in a secure way and controlled way, that we will have a big uptake in this respect. Then,
I think we can have an entire discussion just on that particular suggestion, because it's indeed huge, and it provides so many different contributions, as you said, also on innovation and on a whole range of difficulties that we have right now. I'm just looking also at the clock, and we're almost at the end, and I hope that we can still manage, because we scratched the surface on some of the principles that you told us about before. There's one which I think is maybe the most intriguing topic, which is AI, which opens so many opportunities and creates so many risks at the same time. I saw from the paper of Antoine that ideas around the world were quite balanced. People were able to recognize, and these are not experts, these are average people who don't work in tech, but they recognize both the advantages and the risks of using AI. I'd like to ask all of you, I think we have a technical problem now with Katia, so maybe you, Gemma, and Antoine, how do you see, we have very little time, so I mean now it's a big topic, and I'm asking you to give me a very short answer. How do you see the future of using AI and algorithmic solutions when we are reaching the point where humans will not be able to understand solutions that were prescribed by a machine, but we will know that they're working. We know that they're efficient, we know that they have a contribution, we don't know why, and maybe we're not even able to grasp why, because the correlations that the machine has managed to find are too complex for us to understand. So maybe Antoine very briefly, then Gemma, and then we'll see if we manage to bring back Katja.
So yes, thank you. So yes, indeed, citizens of the world are very neutral. So we asked them, we gave them 10 scenarios of use cases for artificial intelligence and asked them, do you think this will be more opportunity, more threat? And for all of them, people were quite really dispatched into the two visions.
So our viewers right now, by the way, as you can see, a bit more optimistic, but quite divided.
Yeah. And so quite the same. The interesting result of that part of the dialogue was that people said what we actually need is more discussion, because we don't understand really what's happening here, but we think, and we asked them also, we think that governments don't really understand, and we think that companies also don't understand really what is at stake. So their main message of that, their main message was, we need to talk about it and we need to understand better where we are going with that. So it's an interesting, also non-expected result for us, because this message was saying, okay, go further and have more dialogue on artificial intelligence.
Katja, I hear that you are back. Short ideas on how to use AI in an ethical way. Maybe a few quick tips for policymakers or professionals. How do we make AI not great again, but ethical again?
It's a big question. I guess to give some, so I can never get into the wealth of this. It's maybe just to add, just a bit said, is like to focus much more on the whole value chain of the system, right? So be very narrowly focused in a lot of these ethical AI discussions on the sort of decision-making bit and how to remove bias from that. But it starts much before, kind of where you get the data from, the quality of the data, what that data represents, etc. So I would say to just to keep it brief now, not going to the depths of that, is that to take a more holistic, much broader view to the design of AI systems.
Okay, maybe to you, Gemma. So I heard from you similar ideas about it's not just the algorithm, it's the quality, it's the source of the data. If we feed the right data, we will get results that are more balanced. Is that more or less the approach that you would encourage?
Yes, Dan, very briefly. Indeed, you asked the right question. How can you trust something which you do not understand? So we need really to work on the side of at least the basic skills so that we are capable to understand what it is. AI, as Katja said, is algorithm based. So it's important how you feed this algorithm. So what is the data sources? And then there is the third layer, which is what is proposed in the recent AI regulation. You need to tailor the measures that you take, including the level of transparency that is required from this sort of what we call the black box process. You need to tailor it to the level of risk. So there are applications which are less risky, and there are applications for which we call there is even unacceptable risk, like social scoring. So we need to tailor the measures we take, the level of transparency that we require, the controls before things are put into the market to the level of the risk. It's
so
a
once
short
again, it's
answer.
not a yes or no answer. It's a bit more of a nuanced answer of it depends, of course. Always making it difficult in situations like this where we try to squeeze a lot and simplify the answers, but as you're all telling me, it's a lot of gray zone. As you can see, we're eating up the coffee break, so I would love to continue this conversation on and on. I mean, we only touched, I think, 3 or 4 of the principles, and so not even half of them, and each of them are massive. They're important topics that deserve to be discussed and debated. So I'll remind you once again, there is the official consultation of the Commission, which I encourage you to answer. There are also the different tools that we're using here at the NGI Forum, whether it's the ideas that were mentioned, but I think all the different interactive tools here are being closely monitored by the Commission, and if there's interesting ideas there, I'm sure that Gemma and her team would be happy to make sure that it reaches the right decision makers. So unfortunately, we have to wrap up this particular panel, but let me once again thank all 3 of you, Gemma, Antoine, and Katja. Our short coffee break will be slightly shorter than foreseen, but we are reconvening in 10 minutes at 11:20 Brussels time, or in 10 minutes if you are somewhere else. So I'll see you in a little bit. Don't go away. Welcome back. So we've been talking a lot about the need for changing the internet, about the political will from the EU to support it, and about existing ambitious projects. But if you're watching us now and you have a brilliant initiative which perfectly fits with the NGI objectives, the next session is for you. How can you get financial support from the EU? I'd like to welcome Mr. Jorge Gazos from the European Commission. Hello, sir. On this side, hello. So you will tell us about the work program of Horizon Europe for the next 2 years, and in other words, how the viewers can seek financial support for their projects. Is that correct? I think you're on mute. Let's see if it's on your side or on our side. We cannot hear you. Let's try again.
Yes.
I can hear you now.
You can hear now. Okay, perfect.
So you are the person I think everybody's been waiting for. We've been receiving some questions about this session, exactly when it is. So I think we're probably going to see a spike now in number of views, because indeed there's not only existing projects but potential ones, and you're going to tell us how potential projects can also get the support they need.
Yes, so I hope people will get into the expectations. We will fit the expectations of the people in this session.
We're looking forward. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to present not only the work program, but give a little bit a brief overview on what is the new framework program for research from the European Commission. This is Horizon Europe, that is going to support projects in between 2021 and 2027. So it's a 7 years framework program. And then now we are developing the work program for the first 2 years. So then I will also present this work program. But first, I wanted to present, to give an overview of the whole framework program, how it is structured, so that you get a picture on it. So the framework program is organized around 3 pillars. The first pillar is about excellence in science. So this is a continuation of what we have in Horizon 2020. So there are 3 main areas of work. One of them is the part of the European Research Council that is going to continue. The second part is the mobility program Marie Curie, that is also going to continue. And the third one is the research infrastructures. So in this part, there is a natural continuation of the work that we have been supporting in Horizon 2020. The second pillar is bringing together what in Horizon 2020 were industrial technologies and societal challenges. So here we are bringing them together, and this is the area where our activities in next generation internet are placed. And the third pillar is a new one. It's about innovation, and this is interesting for our community because this is going to bring opportunities for those startups, SMEs, developers who want to bring the results of their research into the market, and is going to provide additional funding to bring this gap between the project research results and bring them into the market. In the rest of the presentation, I'm going to focus on the things that we are doing in next generation internet. So within the second pillar, we are under the digital industry and space cluster. So I'm going to introduce briefly what we are having in this cluster. So in this cluster is organized across destinations. So there are 6 destinations that bring together the part that we are doing in digital in DigiConnect, together with what our colleagues in DigiGrow and the space, the activities that they are doing. So the activities of DigiConnect are in the 3rd destination, world leading data and computing technologies. Here we are having the activities, the research related to data, to cloud, to HPC, high performance computing. And also in the destination 4, that is focusing on emerging technologies. So is focusing on the part of the activities related to processors, photonics, quantum, also parts of artificial intelligence. And in our case, we are in the destination 6, that is called the Human-Centered and Ethical Development of Digital and Industrial Technologies. So our NGI activities are under this human-centered part of the cluster. And here also there are some activities from our colleagues who are working on extended reality and the ethical aspects of artificial intelligence. So now I'm going to present the activities under NGI, but before presenting the different calls that we have in the first work program, I wanted to give an overview of how we are approaching the research in next generation internet. So we are pushing for this human-centric approach to the next generation internet, and we are doing it from different perspectives. On the one hand, we are trying that the projects that we support and the activities that we are focusing on support certain values of openness, privacy, and trust, of user control of the data, decentralization, inclusion, and also sustainability in terms of environment of the activities that we have. But this is not only about values, we are supporting research on technological research. So we bring these high-level values into technologies that have to find solutions in different areas, from digital identities, personal data, trust in personal data, control of this personal data. We are also have activities related to decentralized technologies like blockchains of DLTs, search and discovery, internet architecture, etc. And then in order to implement these activities, we are focusing on innovators. So we are following a different approach than most of our colleagues in the other activities supported by DigiConnect. We have a strong focus on supporting innovators, and that means high-tech startups, open source developers, individual researchers, and this is the focus of our activities. And to make this possible, we are using the cascading grant funding, and for this we are trying to bring down the administrative procedures to apply. So we have when the innovators apply for the grants, they have to submit short proposals. Also, we are focusing on short research and innovation cycles and activities that have a product orientation. Yes. The second introduction that I wanted to make before going to the topics is that we are using this cascading grant process. And now many people are already familiar with this process, but in case there are newcomers to this presentation, I wanted to give a brief introduction. So because we are using this cascading grant process, we have like a two-step process in the submission of proposals. The calls that we are going to open now are for those organizations that are going to run the projects, and then these organizations will launch open calls for the innovators that will have to apply. So in this moment, the calls that we are going to open are for the organizations that are going to run these projects. And these are the activities that they will have. These organizations will have to use 80% of the budget that they receive to launch open calls for the subgrantees. And they will have to define these open calls for projects. They will have to attract and select the top teams. They will have to do the monitoring of the work that the innovators are doing, and also to provide them some services like mentoring, coaching, support to standardization, and community building. And then in the second step, the innovators, the subgrantees, will apply to the calls that these projects will launch. And there are some particularities here. So here we are looking for high-tech startups, open source developers, academics, etc. These are the ones that will carry out the research and innovation work. And one particularity is that one legal entity or one individual can have a project which is different from other parts of the program, even though we are also receiving proposals from several organizations coming together and presenting a project. So now I'm going to present the 3 research and innovation actions first that are the core part of the activities that we are going to support. These are focusing on trust and data sovereignty, open search and discovery, and internet architectures. So the first of these calls that we are going to have is going to take place in 2021 with a budget of 12 millions, and it's mandatory to have a minimum of 80% of these 12 millions devoted to financial support to the innovators. So here in the part of trust and data sovereignty, we have a continuation with respect to the activities that we have been funding in the previous Horizon 2020 goals. So the objectives is to develop architectures, protocols, services to ensure that the end users can have their rights and benefit from decentralized technological solutions, and that they will have full control of their personal data on the internet. So this requires new technologies, data governance models, that in order to increase the trust, privacy, and user control of this data. And we are putting a strong emphasis also on the part of the identity on the internet, so trusted digital identity systems that are platform independent and are user-centric, and that will contribute to building a secure European digital identity. So we are defining in the high level the topics that the projects will have to apply, but then the model that we are using, whenever there are the open calls, the project will have to define more in detail the specific technological issues, because this will happen in 1 year, 2 years from now, and then they will have to define the more detail, the scope of the calls that they will launch for the innovators. The second research and innovation action that we are calling for is related to search and discovery. So this is also going to take place in 2021, and is going to be structured in 2 main research areas. Each of these research areas we will support at least 1 project in these 2 research areas. So the first research area is focusing on algorithms, on methods for search and discovery. And the purpose here is to find information across a variety of resources, such as connected devices, smart objects, services, multimedia content, etc. And in this part, we are going to focus on the algorithms, methods to perform this search and discovery. In this case, we are going to use the financial support to third-party model. So 80% of the funding of this project, of these projects, will have to go to the innovators. In the second research area, we are going to support search and discovery infrastructures, for example, the case of web indexes and the infrastructures that are needed in order to run the algorithms on top of them. And in this case, we are going to use the classical project model. So these are going to be a consortium. We are calling for a normal consortium where just 15% of the funding will be devoted for the financial support to third parties. In this case, the people applying to this call will have to identify to which of the 2 research areas they are applying. And then the third research action we are calling for is related to internet architectures and decentralized technologies. Here again, we are going to have 2 research areas. One is going to focus on open internet architectures, hardware, software, and protocols in order to increase the performance of the network, to adapt it to new application requirements, improve quality of services, to address aspects of security, but also is very important, is becoming much more and more important, the fact of being energy efficient and respectful of the environment. So this is going to be, we are going to support at least one project in this research area. And the second research area is going to focus on decentralized technologies, blockchains, DLTs, but also any other decentralized technologies. And the research should focus on the limitation of these technologies related to scalability, interoperability, energy efficiency, obviously is a big issue, privacy or security. So these are going to be the two main research areas. As you can see, we are having a kind of continuation with respect to the priorities that we set in Horizon 2020, and we are going to continue these activities in Horizon Europe. So the core of the budget is going to be, and the main activities that we are going to have is going to go to these three research areas, but we also have some other activities that we are planning to support in the coming years. One of them is that we are going to continue our activities related to international collaboration. So in Horizon 2020, we have a collaboration in particular with the US, and we were collaborating with, in particular, with the National Science Foundation, NSF. And we are going to continue now this collaboration in the coming years, but we are also going to expand it to Canada also. So in this case, we are going to launch two calls. One of them in 2021 is going to be for a support action to continue the mobility program that we have in the past. So, and in this moment, in this case, is going to be not only for a mobility program for the US, but it's also going to be to cover Canada. So these are going to be 3 to 6 months fellowships for internet researchers, and the financial support is only going to cover travel and subsistence, and only citizens of the EU and associated countries will be eligible for funding. So the purpose is not to support, we are not supporting postdocs, etc. These activities are supported by other parts of the program, and we are just supporting people who are working in a research institute, in academia, in a startup, and want to perform. They have their salary from their company organization, and then we are supporting just that they move for a short period of time. We are supporting the travel and subsistence, and then they come back to continue working for the organization they were working before. And the second call that we are going to have in terms of international collaboration is going to be for research and innovation actions. This is going to take place in 2022. And here we are going to continue activities that we have been funding in Horizon 2020. These are related to experimental platforms that are to bring together the experimental platforms in the US and Canada together with the ones in Europe, and then also to run experiments on them and to run research activities together with teams this can be with teams in the US, this can be with teams in Canada, but this can also be together with both teams in the US and Canada. The projects typically in this area are going to be in the range of 50 to 100,000, and indicative duration is 3 to 9 months, but then this can be adapted depending on the circumstances. So this is the part related to international collaboration. And finally, we are also going to support some coordination and support actions. One of them is going to be about community building and outreach. So this project, what we are calling, is for projects that will engage the community of stakeholders, will support policy, will engage also with policymakers, internet end users, social partners, local communities, and citizens at large, in order to support the vision of the next generation internet and our vision of the human-centric internet. And the second support action that we are going to call for is the NGI Tech Review. The origin of this is during the COVID crisis. when the tracing apps were being developed, we took advantage that we have a large community of open source developers, innovators, and then we tried to put in place a system that will analyze the software that was being developed in order to make sure that it was following the best practices in terms of protection of privacy, security, etc. So now we wanted to continue these activities in a wider sense, okay, but always related to some societal challenges and to put in place this environment that will allow to analyze software and then to test it, improve it, and improve the solutions, and to make sure that they are following the criteria of protection of privacy and security. This will be for 1.5 million, and the call will be open in 2021. So, sorry, I have not moved the slide correctly. And now these are the topics that we are going to have in the coming 2 years. And for the tentative timeline, again, I have to say that until the work program is approved, we don't know if this is going to happen as it is. But the tentative submission deadline in this moment for the calls in 2021 is 8 September 2021, but it may be delayed if we get further delays in the approval of the work program. The project is expected to start on the first quarter of 2022, and then the first calls for innovators will be launched in the second quarter of 2022. And for the calls in 2022, the tentative proposal submission deadline in this moment is in April 22. And then projects started at the end of 2022, and the first call for third-party projects in these topics are expected to take place in 2023. So this is a quick overview of the things that we are planning to support, of the different calls, the activities that we are planning to support. I want to repeat again that in this moment, everything is tentative because things have not been approved, but we will keep updated the information, and here just are some links. I also wanted to mention that apart from the activities that we are supporting that we are planning to support, there are still a lot of open calls for innovators in the running projects from Horizon 2020. So there are still plenty of opportunities for those interested, and you can access them in the website ngi.eu, where you can get updated on these activities. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Jesus. You were not only very punctual, but you gave us now a vast overview of opportunities. So no more excuses. Now you have the tools. The EU is behind you. Roll up your sleeves and go to work. That's what we should say to innovators. And there's even an interesting illustration of what you said. I think for your next presentation, Jesus, you don't need your slides. You have some drawings now. We'll make sure you get them.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jesus. So over the past 2 days, we've been discussing a lot the European approach to the internet, but we must recognize that we are not alone. Europe has a strong say and influence, but the internet is global in nature, obliging us to work closely with international organizations and stakeholders around the world, as we heard a little bit from Gemma in the last panel. And of course, the United States is the first place that comes to mind when it comes to innovation, the Silicon Valley in particular, and that's why the NGI Explorers program supports and finances European researchers in the US. I wasn't paying full attention, but I think Jesus was saying that we're expanding it also to Canada. So this collaboration is indeed gaining momentum. So we may not agree on everything across the Atlantic, but we definitely have a lot to learn from each other. Before our next discussion exactly on this topic, let's have a look at our last 3 pitches, this time on international cooperation. Once again, you can still vote for your favorite pitch by visiting the contest page from this event website. We will announce the winner in about an hour, but the voting stays open until 12:30 Brussels time. So as they say in Eurovision, if anybody was watching last night, Europe start voting. Don't start, continue voting. We're almost stopping voting, but you still have 45 minutes left. Am I correct? 45 minutes left to still vote. I also hear that the results are very close, so you can still change who the winners will be. Let's now watch the last three candidates, the three pitches for this competition.
Do you know one thing that all the countries in the world have in common? Extensive transport infrastructures, and they are vital for the transportations of people and goods. And because of that, we need them to never fail. We develop Material with this ideal. We believe in intelligent infrastructures everywhere. Because of that, we are developing a digital solution to democratize the access to reliable structural monitoring data. With a team of world-class engineers with proven experience and managing skills, we have the talent to keep developing cutting-edge technology to achieve excellence and to succeed as a company. The market of technology is growing in the construction sector and is expected to achieve very interesting rates over the next few years. With the growing number of aging infrastructures and extreme weather events, higher is the risk of unpredicted failures. To avoid that, we need more efficient monitoring solutions. To solve that, we are developing an intelligent maintenance assistant that is easy to use, provide easy integration of monitoring data from any existing sensors, and it's fully scalable to any existing infrastructure. Our platform merges satellite data, in-situ sensors, weather information, traffic loads, and inspection reports. With our predictive intelligence, we are able to analyze large volumes of data to optimize daily maintenance of our infrastructures. With our software as a service, we provide end-to-end support, allowing customers to keep their focus on their business. With no equipment acquisition costs and no maintenance, there is no such a solution in the market, so easy to use, providing easy integration of data and fully scalable. Our traction, as you can see, already grows overseas. And going from Slovenia to Brazil, with successful results, we have already the interest from key stakeholders from all over the world. Finally, we are looking for seed funding investments and relevant partnerships to implement strong and strategic go-to-market actions, allowing us to accelerate towards our vision of building a future with more efficient and sustainable transport infrastructures. Because at Material, we make it happen.
Hi, I'm Bruna. I'm a PhD student at Walton Institute, and currently I'm working with bio-nanothings applied for the treatment of different diseases. So, the recent COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in many new challenges for humanity in this century. People who got infected with the virus can suffer from different types of symptoms, but when their immune system does not react positively against the virus, it starts to proliferate throughout the body, affecting tissues and causing destruction, especially in the lungs. Unfortunately, the damage due to the inflammatory process in the lungs can result in life-threatening respiratory disorders, and extraordinary therapeutic efforts are required to suppress the inflammation and repair the lungs tissue in a timely manner. Trying to help in the fight against the virus, our project focused on the treatment of the lungs injuries through the development of a polymeric microdevice to encapsulate mesenchymal stem cells that has been proved to help with the treatment against the virus and with the recovery of damaged tissues. These devices should be inhaled and implanted within the lungs. With the implantation of the microdevice, we will use the Internet of Things together with an external ultrasonic system to break the microdevices and control the release of the stem cells to the tissues. This type of approach would allow the treatment to be carried out more quickly and effectively to increase the chances of survival of those patients who are in more severe stages of the infection, and will help not only with the treatment of COVID-19 but also with other respiratory diseases, giving rise to new treatment protocols for different types of infections. Our project will bring a novel utilization of a branch of the Internet of Things that looks at the interface between the Internet and biomolecular processes within the body, where there is a wide range of opportunities that this project may open for new research, new technologies, and most importantly, allowing and making it possible to help more people. Thank you for your time. Bye, guys.
Pandemics. Reality for most? Yes. Zoom fatigue, everybody? Yes. Teleconferencing is so boring. Whether you're a businessman, developer, engineer, policymaker, student, it's just not good enough. You feel like running away. VR can give you what you really need. It is even better when you use it in a group. But now, you can use it for business meeting, for any serious meeting as a matter of fact. Use it for education, for training, for any online interaction.
Hello, my name is Dr. Luke Orwell, and I bring to you VR Dialogue, the next generation online communication platform. We bring back the engagement to the meetings.
To spice things up, we use the state-of-the-art AI technologies to learn user behavior and to guide the meetings for better efficiency. What does it mean? It means you can have a better meeting moderation than you ever dreamed of. There is money in it, lots of money. Help the groups to meet today. They need it. Like, they seriously need it.
VR Dialogue. It's real, and it happens through our collaboration in Boston with Simmons University and broader collaboration with our friends from Harvard and MIT.
Help us to take all of that VR excitement and turn it into something life-changing. Changing online communications today.
So these were the last 3 pitches for you to choose from and vote for your favorite ones. So we will soon announce the winners. And international cooperation is also the topic of our next panel. I'd like to say hello to Eva Stefanik. You are a project manager at F6S, which is a startup financing platform, and you're also a coordinator of the NGI Explorers program. Hello, Eva.
Hello, Dan. Hi. Yes, that's very correct.
Where are you calling in from?
Actually from Norway, from Oslo. So
maybe it was you who said Oslo on the first day when we asked where people were. So we're asking, as you might have noticed before every panel, we try to kick the debate with a question from us to the audience. I have to say that if we can see it now we asked about learning from our American partners about ethical innovation. The answers are quite heated, emotional and critical, I'd have to say. So I'm very much looking forward to hear from your panel about the kind of collaboration that you are doing in the US and what the explorers bring back to Europe after their experience on the other side of the Atlantic to make the internet better in Europe and in the rest of the world. So with that, yes?
That's all right, Dan. We will do our best to put some good insight here.
So I'm counting on you. I pass the floor to you and to introduce your panel.
Okay, thank you then. So welcome again, everyone. Very happy to have all the participants who decided to join our international session. We're gonna go today beyond the European Union borders because, of course, the Internet of Trust, Internet of Value, and our flagship term, human-centric Internet, doesn't stop here. And I am today surrounded by my excellent speakers, and I will take now the honor to introduce all of them. So we have with us Dan Kilper, Professor of Future Communication Networks at Trinity College Dublin and University of Arizona, and Science Foundation Ireland Connect Center Director. So welcome, Dan. We have also Peter Van Daal with us. Peter is professor at Ghent University and permanent member of staff from Inter-University Microelectronics Center in Belgium, and coordinator of Fed for Fire Plus, the project that we're going to be touching upon today a lot. And last but not least, Anna Boutz, head of operation at Trace Labs, the core developers of Origin Trial. And Anna, with her team, mission of making global supply chain work via trusted data exchange. So very excited about all the presentation. Our speakers, in fact, have prepared some presentation for our audience, and then we're gonna have a panel, a chat with each of the presentations. So Peter, you are the coordinator of the Fed for Fire 5 years project with giving a lot of support for our innovators and creating this excellent platform for validation and testing. So let's start with your presentation. You said the NGI is about experimentation and we cannot do this alone. So your project Fed for Fire Plus wants to prove it. So we are very excited to see your presentation.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Eva, for the introduction. And indeed, my name is Peter Van Dalen, and I'm here for Fed for Fire. And perhaps I just need a first word of explanation about Fed for Fire itself. It stands for Federation for Fire. And in fact, FIRE is the pre-runner of NGI. FIRE stands for Future Internet Research and Experimentation. And there, indeed, we have the experimentation, that part of the work. Now, NGI is a much better term, that's for sure. It clearly describes what we're looking at. It's next generation. But we're losing this experimentation, and that's what we intend to support with Fed for Fire with this project. And we're running already for about 10 years that we work on this support for the community to do experimentation. Now, NGI is completely in the area of the digital society. And what we have been hearing in the past few days, and especially yesterday with the keynote, is that all this digital society, NGI, gets introduced in our community and our society at all different levels, all different aspects. So it's extremely wide and wide variety of applications that we have. And all these new ideas, new research topics, just new concepts, products, tools, and things like that, they all have to be introduced in a very competitive environment and with rapidly changing requirements, and also in multi and cross-technology areas. So we're using a lot of different technologies, going from wire to wireless, different wireless technologies, cloud, edge computing, and all things like that. And when you want to introduce something new in this area, you cannot do this in the live environment, because if you would do that and something goes wrong and half of the world gets disconnected from the internet, well, you started a Second World War or Third World War, I think, so you're going to be killed, that's for sure. So this calls for up-to-date testing facilities, which really mimic the real environment, and also for skilled support. But for many players amongst us and amongst the stakeholders, this is far too expensive. Now, what we are trying to do with Fed for Fire is grouping all these excellent experimentation facilities which we have available, especially in Europe, but also worldwide, and making them into a federation so that indeed people can get access to it with a single account, with a limited amount of knowledge, of tools and things like that. So it's easy and user-friendly to get access and to do experimentation. You don't have to be a nerd to get involved in this. We also use multiple test beds, and that's to scale up We use also different technologies that we would like to combine, and it's also supporting the redundancy. We can reuse your experimentation, so you can repeat experiments and test the repetition of it. You can compare different environments, and since most of those experimentation facilities are located at academic or research institutes, they are also vendor neutral. So that's indeed what we are tending to do with Fat for Fire. Now, the next one is just a final slide showing what with Fat for Fire, what you can access. And so with a single Fat for Fire account, you can access about 65 experimentation facilities all over the world. I'd say most Fat for Fire is a European project, but we can also access, and we are linked to a lot of test beds in US, but all around the world. So this is clearly illustrating that supporting this experimentation really needs international collaboration. So this is really the point. We cannot do this alone.
Excellent, Peter. Thank you so much. That was a very exciting insight. So the Fat for Fire the project is getting to an end. It was almost 5 years. You started in 2017, probably countless supports. So what is actually next?
Yeah, well, in fact, Fat for Fire Plus is indeed in H2020, has been a 5-year project. But before that, we were also in Fat for Fire. That's why we now have the Fat for Fire Plus, but we were active as Fat for Fire in FP7. So we're already running for about 10 years. Now, next is to my expectation, because the need is there for doing this experimentation and combining all those different test beds. It will exist even without a project. But we're looking within Europe, we're looking at trying to establish a kind of research infrastructure in other framework programs, the S3, for example, to try to establish a research infrastructure which really more solidifies this concept of the federation of test beds. And so we're working on this together with a lot of other European partners to try to set up this research infrastructure. So to the world and to the stakeholders and the players in this field, don't get afraid. You will still have the possibility to use the facilities in the future as well and do your experimentation.
Yeah, that's amazing, excellent. But when we're gonna go back still to the test beds, actually, why is it so important? Why do we need that link to link the different test beds cross-border and cross-Atlantic? What's the added value?
Yeah, it's so that the environment within NGI is so complex and so diverse. So if you just look at all the different disciplines which are being combined in NGI, and you just look at, for example, if you compare Wi-Fi, 5G, different wireless technologies, but also the wired and then the cloud support, cloud recording, the edge computing, all the different technologies that are getting involved, and you want to use it in different kind of applications, it's impossible for one research institute to cover all those topics and to support this with all these different facilities. So this means that you really need collaboration, and even within Europe, and when it's one single continent, it's not possible to cover all the knowledge. You need international collaboration. It's impossible to do it on your own. And alone means not possible as a single university or research institute, not possible as a single country, not possible as Europe alone. No, you needed an international collaboration to support it. Otherwise, you cannot compete with trying to scale up the experiments, trying to keep the redundancy and in all things and cover all the technologies. That's impossible.
Yes, exactly. And in fact, yeah, in NGI, we know it. Currently, there are 3 projects collaborating closely and actively with the United States, as we could hear from Jorge. In future, we can expect also Canada. with us at the moment with NGI Explorers, NGI Atlantic, and Think Nexus. And NGI Atlantic, in fact, will be on the topic when Dan's next one's gonna be speaking with us. But Peter, if I can just hold you for one more moment. Well, your presentation, you mentioned and scared us about the Third World War. We hope, of course, to avoid us, but just elaborate more as the final point, why actually there is such a strong link between the next generation internet and experimentation test beds. You touch upon already at this, but if we can just wrap up and
I think indeed, if you just understand, and I think that everybody can understand that, is if you want to do something, you cannot interrupt a live service like the internet. If you want to do testing, you cannot do it on the live internet. If you want to introduce something, it really has to be tested, has to be proven to be good, reliable, and so on, and therefore you need experimentation. Okay, you can do a few things, you can do some experiments on the live internet, but if it's getting too complex or too large, you first need to do testing and proper testing, and that's what the experimentation is required for.
Yes. Thank you.
You cannot do it anymore with just computer simulation. You really need to do the testing, the experimentation.
Yes, exactly. We know it also from the NGI Explorers, from our innovators. Those of you that have joined our session yesterday, the workshop, we could really see a great amount of showcased twinning labs from the NGI Atlantic, and today we're going to have one use case from Anna that is exactly the use case. Why is it so important to validate, and what is exactly the value of testbeds and having them really spread across many countries and continents. So Peter, thank you again. Please, of course, stay with us. If we're going to have time, we're going to have still somehow the chat and more panel at the end of this session. But I would like to welcome now again Dan. Dan is actually a collaborator also in the Twinning Club in one of our projects, NGI Atlantic. And I believe, Dan, your presentation will start with the topic about the making testbeds connection through, in fact, the NGI Atlantic program. So we are very eager to hear and see your presentation.
Thanks, Iwa. Really appreciate it. I'm glad to be here talking about this project. So I'm an experimentalist working with testbeds quite a bit, and I'd like to sort of go through the story that behind the testbed links that we've made through NGI Atlantic. And interestingly, I've been on both sides of this now. So I started out at the University of Arizona last year when these proposals were put in, and now I'm at Trinity College Dublin. So I was myself transported across the Atlantic connecting these test beds. So the start of this was really the Cosmos test bed in New York City. So this is a test bed that's funded through the NSF Power program, Platforms for Advanced Wireless Research, and it covers approximately 1 square mile in Upper Manhattan, so going from Columbia University up to City College, and then across to Harlem, and it's focused around advanced wireless, but also optical, and it's really designed to build an advanced network to support future applications in the smart city space. So we developed this test bed in New York through the NSF funding. And then we had a number of collaborators in Europe, and in particular, working with folks at Trinity College Dublin. So Marco Ruffini and others there developed the Open Ireland testbed. And this testbed, while modeled on Cosmos, also extends this idea in other directions, and importantly, connects with, in Dublin, there's the Smart Docklands, which is that's a dimension that, and also in Ireland, they were able to build up more of the optical interfaces there and optical capabilities. And so we started talking about, we were sharing ideas already, and started talking about ways to bring these test beds together. And then through NSF, there was this IRNC program. And so the Cosmos team put in an application for funding, and we were funded on this Cosmos Interconnecting Continents, or the COSMIC proposal. And this really went international and basically federating, as we heard from Peter, with other testbeds around the world, not only in Ireland, but also connecting through GEON to the University of Thessaly, down to IPQD in Brazil, and over the JGN network in Japan. And so it really allowed us to connect in these test beds to this larger ecosystem that Peter was talking about, that's so important, and now take advantage of that through this type of funding. But this funding here was only on the US side. So NGI Atlantic was essential then for, on the Irish side, we were able to get funding now to build up the interfaces and capabilities in Open Ireland to make those connections and to be able to conduct basically international experiments across the Atlantic here. So that's kind of our evolution and story that I think is a great success story in building these types of collaborations and forging it kind of at the testbed level and showing that it really can work.
Yes, thank you, Dan. Amazing. And yeah, indeed, as you well said, you are now on the two sides of the coin. So we actually want to use it, and we actually want to get some recommendation from you. So you have worked in many projects with the National Science Foundation. So yeah, what would be your recommendation for us actually on how collaborators on the United States side can use the NSF funding? So how to take that advantage?
Yeah, so the NSF international team is really fantastic, and I recommend that folks in Europe, if you're working with people in the U.S., encourage them to reach out to that international program manager team at the NSF and see what types of programs are available. There's a number of different programs that are coming up periodically, and Deep Medi was speaking at a workshop yesterday about the range of programs that are out there. But also an interesting thing. So we had an experience, it kind of how these collaborations started with Ireland was the U.S. and Ireland have a cooperative agreement at the individual investigator level. And I was part of the Center for Integrated Access Networks at the University of Arizona. And we asked the program manager, well, is there a way that our center can collaborate with the Connect Center in Ireland? And it's not individual investigator, but is there something that can be done there? And they said, well, no, but that's a great idea. And about a year and a half later, they said, okay, we've got a new program set up for center-to-center collaborations. And so there's what it shows you is that there's flexibility in these organizations for new arrangements. And from what I know in talking with people on the NSF side, the program managers, they're interested in setting up similar types of cooperative arrangements with other countries around the world and in Europe. So I would say that if you can get people running test beds on both sides of the Atlantic, talk with program managers, say, are there other ways that we can cooperate and get funding going between our different funding agencies? And I think it's a great time to forge those types of relationships. You can see what's happening already in terms of EU programs and this NGI Atlantic. I think that the fact that there's so much happening right now demonstrates the willingness and interest on the US side to see this type of cooperation.
Yes, Dan, thank you for this. I can definitely confirm and admit from our own experience in the NGI Explorers that is, of course, also collaborating with the partners from the United States. There is definitely a huge openness and willingness to collaborate and facilitate the process on that collaboration. So creating the database and infrastructure for that collaboration was in fact much smoother than we were expected, and the network and the ecosystem was actually expanding year by year. So we were able to, to create like a big opportunity offer for our innovators. Yes, definitely we should take advantage and try to expand even more this international collaboration. Dan, you mentioned the testbeds from your center, all the testbeds that you are working and developing. How will our researchers, the one that already collaborate with the United States team, will they have access to use actually those testbeds in their research projects?
That's one of the sort of features about both Cosmos and Open Ireland, is that these are being designed as kind of open platforms for researchers to use. And we're really trying to design them for research and not just kind of simple demonstrators. And so that means putting open hardware into the testbed that requires a significant amount of work, I would say, to get things going, but allows you to really get into the hardware of it and the software and load your own software in there and do some interesting things. So it takes a little bit of extra work, and it'll take time for us to build up. So we're trying to add capabilities over time that will allow people to do more. And as we get more projects in, the idea is that someone comes in, they do a project. If they agree, and we encourage it, to then allow the software tools and other things that they develop for their project to be used by others. Now we have a template for other people to build on, and sort of that open source philosophy. So very much we're encouraging that for people to get in there and start to innovate and add to what we're trying to do here.
Thank you, Dan. Yes, so just coming back to the presentation of Jorge, if there are some innovators with us, or simply researchers, people with great ideas, just track our open calls, apply, and then who knows, maybe we will be using sooner that you even think the testbeds provided by Dan Center. So thank you so much, Dan. For now, I suggest we will actually move to Anna. Anna is the real use case, if we may call it like that. Anna was the winner of the grant from the NGI Atlantic and was doing this job in a twinning club, so collaboration between EU and United States partners. So Anna, your presentation is about your project funded, I believe. So this is food data marketplace, goes global with the NGI Atlantic. So probably you will be talking a little bit about this collaboration and how the experience. So we are looking forward to hear it.
Exactly. Hi, everyone. Lovely to be here today. Thank you, Eva, for the introduction. I will be speaking today a bit about our project, Food Data Marketplace, as Eva mentioned, and how we took it globally with the help of NGI Atlantic. Let me first start by introducing our company, the Trace Labs. We have actually been developing technological solutions to enhance transparency in supply chains for almost 10 years now. And what we learned early on is the value of data exchange within supply networks for building more sustainable supply chains, like sharing information about product safety, sustainable production, social, environmental impact, and similar. And what we also soon realized was that exchanging information within complex networks, such as global supply chains is really challenging, especially if you want to go beyond the one step forward, one step backwards principle, and you want to ensure end-to-end transparency within the supply chains. Not to mention the question whether the data exchange can be trusted. So that's why for more than 4 years now, we've been developing, working on the open source origin trade protocol for trusted data exchange. And this technology has a unique, actually a unique technology at its core, which we named the origin trade decentralized knowledge graph. And what Origin Trail is really an infrastructural technology based on blockchain that enables trusted data exchange, and it also establishes connections among the data being shared, linking the data to extract valuable information and knowledge from it. And this is really important for when you're dealing with supply chains where data usually is linked. So we've been using this technology to then develop different solutions on top of it, like consumer applications showing food provenance based on trusted data, something like you can see here on the presentation. And what our goal is to inform and empower consumers to create prosumers, to help and encourage them to make informed purchasing decisions. And in our case, this goes beyond just food. We've actually been developing for other industries as well, like certification and assurance, pharma, even rail industry and others. And we've been developing solutions not just for the end consumers, but also for other supply chain stakeholders. Sorry, just checking. One such solution is the food data marketplace that I will be speaking about now a little more now. This is the project that we are working on within the NGI Atlantic. And what the food data marketplace, also the FDM, is decentralized data marketplace for data on food production that we developed as a tool to actually encourage more equitable distribution of gains within the agri-food supply chains. What the FDM does, it offers the farmers who are producing the food and food companies a way to keep control of their data with the help of decentralized privacy-preserving technologies and offer it for sale downstream within the supply chains to food brands, retailers, and other stakeholders interested in this data. And with this, we are empowering the primary producers to keep more value at the beginning of the supply chain by helping the food producers not just monetize the food they are producing, but also the data on how the food is being produced and processed. And this data can then be used by other stakeholders for sustainability claims, product genuinity, quality assurance, and similar purposes. And we actually started developing the FDM within another NGI initiative, the NGI Ledger. And then within the NGI Atlantic, we got a chance to connect and work with our US partners, Kakaxi. And they're producing these self-sustained IoT devices that you can see on the picture here that also have a camera, and you can put it on the fields, the barns, warehouses, and other locations to collect data from that location, as well as time-lapse photos. The devices are solar powered or they can be plugged into electricity, and are another great tool for food producers to create data that can then be offered for sale through the FDM. So what NGI Atlantic offered us is an opportunity to collaborate closely and merge these two very innovative technologies from across the Atlantic to deliver an impactful new solution for farmers and other food producers. And within the NGI Atlantic, what we've been doing is we have actually deployed this combined solution at 3 test beds across the globe. So one is the supply chain of a whiskey distillery in Ireland, another is a cocoa supply chain in Colombia, and then the third test bed is with farmers in Nepal. And what we are working on to achieve within NGI Atlantic is to enable a decentralized data marketplace for Kakaxi devices globally. So to provide another revenue stream for farmers with the devices on their farms. And we are testing this integration that is enabling trusted data exchange between the Kakaxi IoT devices and the FDM to show how the impact created in these testbeds can be expanded to food supply chains internationally. So ultimately making our food supply chains become more trustworthy, more transparent, our food products safer. And the NGI Atlantic really has provided us with the opportunity to do so. So first, to partner with a very innovative technology provider from the US, and then to develop and deliver this new impactful solution together, and then to test and validate it on the field internationally across the globe.
Thank you, Anna. Very exciting project. My congratulations, first of all, that you were selected. I know sometimes the scores are competitive, so your project definitely proved it was worth it, and the evaluation was well done. Anna, so we've heard a lot of benefits for sure and gains through this collaboration that you and your team have gained. But what about the challenges? There were any challenges that you came across in this international collaboration and activities that you have to overcome with some, I don't know, extra solution? Just tell us about what they were. I believe there were some, and how you cope with them or deal with them.
Yes, there were some challenges. For us, it was mostly because we were deploying these devices internationally, so they need to be delivered and installed in various parts of the world. So most of our challenges were connected with the logistics. We had some issues with customs in certain countries. And then the COVID pandemic didn't really help, as it slowed down global logistics as well. And also within the team, we had some team members that fell ill to COVID, unfortunately. But we managed to solve all of these issues, all of these challenges. Although at first it put the timeline of our project, it kind of slowed it down a bit. But we've been able to successfully overcome these challenges, and we're keeping healthy for now, all of our team members. So our project is well on track again.
Okay, well, logistics makes sense, and of course, COVID, this event, if we can call it like that, affects a lot of participation. We also know it from the NGI Explorers project. A lot of our innovators, of course, couldn't really perform that expedition on site, but the solutions were found. And again, coming back to Dan's point, there was such a big willingness of the United States collaborators that they all agree to do a smooth remote collaboration, even sending sometimes certain devices across to Europe. So definitely showing that we both continents have a strong interest to collaborate and expand this. Anna, so I don't know, the project probably, your collaboration NGI is going to an end. What about the sustainability? What about next steps? What's going to be further?
Yes, well, actually, we've been collaborating with Kakaxi for a while now, so even before the NGI Atlantic. And as we both have quite a few connections within the food industry, validating our solution within the NGI Atlantic really opens up new possibilities, new possible collaborations and implementations internationally, going further. And what really was the value added for us from NGI Atlantic was exactly this: to be able not just to partner with our US partners, with Kakaxi, but also to get this global dimension in testing our technology, to really validate it to global deployment. So this is to really show that it is relevant and it works around the world. So this is really what we are taking away from NGI Atlantic and building further on it to launch a product internationally.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Anna. Well, our speakers were excellent on time, so we do have, in fact, a little bit time for a common panel discussion. So we talk, of course, a lot about giving access to testbeds, giving that opportunity for validation, the products, ideas, the fund itself, probably in case of Anna, the starting young companies, it's a big boost. But are there any other services that in fact we should consider to provide to the third beneficiary, to the parties, to maximize the impact of the project that they are funded? So I would open the floor. I see Peter put the hands up. So maybe Peter, you can start and tell us what such services could be.
Yeah, I think that thanks for handing over to me. And I think one of the things which we see that the users of the testbeds really appreciate is the support that we can give them. So a lot of the players and the new players in the NGI field are, as I explained earlier, they are not nerds in networking technologies and doing all the experimentation and trying to implement it. They have some bright ideas, they want to do something, and they want to introduce a product and so on. So that's indeed where they need some support. And in the academic world and in the research institutes, there is a lot of knowledge and know-how available that can support them. And what we have seen is that this kind of service, so where we do a kind of, I wouldn't really say a consultancy service, but it's a supporting service to those players, is something which is really crucial. And that's besides providing them with the technologies, we also need to provide them with the support. And it depends a little bit. Some don't need the support. They are really experts, but some of them have some bright ideas. They don't have any experience in networking technologies, and then we need to give them some support. So it's a collaborative aspect. And this is really one of the services next to providing them the tools, is providing them the service.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I can confirm it is one of the challenges we face in our NGI Explorers program when we support innovators with very often great ideas, but the level of knowledge differ very much for them. Also between the strict researchers and the innovators with a little bit more business-oriented mindsets or product development mindset, and it just was very hard or challenging to really put a balance what knowledge and how through the webinars, common webinars, really provide such a level of knowledge that it will be accessible to all and not boring to the other one. So yeah, this is definitely something we should all keep in mind. Dan, do you have any additional points to how we can even more support the innovators? What is needed beyond what we have mentioned already during our session today?
Yeah, so well, first off, I'd like to reinforce what Peter was saying. Sometimes I've described to people that these large network test beds are kind of like the super colliders for networking research, and that's really, I think, some of the mindset that the funding agencies should have is that it takes not just the equipment, but a large organization of folks behind the equipment to keep it running well, updated with the latest technologies, and to build tools that the various researchers and applications using those test beds can take advantage of. And so having some funding for staff to maintain these test beds is really essential and can bring tremendous value for all these various applications. So and I think there's quite a bit of cooperation going on and discussion about how to make the test beds work well together, to use common practices so that people can develop technologies for one test bed and then move it over to another test bed. That's something that's developing over time, and so I think more support for that can bring added value as well. But I think there's a potential for really continuing to build this ecosystem in a positive way through those types of translation services, let's say, between test beds that would allow people to look at their software or their application in one environment and then move to another test bed and look at it in another environment.
Yes, thank you, Dan. That's a very good point. Anna, you wanted to start. I'm sorry I moved to Peter, but you are actually the one that is really, you are the true example and a beneficiary funded. So you probably know it from the practice, what is actually would be valuable for you and for your team to get it, to expand the impact of your project.
Well, actually, in our experience, we're an SME, and we've been lucky to get funded by multiple NGI initiatives, not just the NGI Atlantic. And although in NGI Atlantic, maybe the focus on coaching, mentorship, and this sort of services is not so established, I think within the NGI ecosystem as a whole, there really are a lot of services offered by NGI Tetra and others, like webinars, boot camps, and also opportunities for promotions like the NGI blog and events like this one that can really help to support projects going further, because it's really important not just to develop the technology, but also to, put it out there, make it known, network with people, establish new connections, possibly find new partners, either for development or end users that would be willing to test your technology, to use it in practice in real life. So absolutely, funding is not everything. There are a lot of other things that need to be worked on, that need to be established if you really want to get your product off the ground and make it usable, make it used. So yes, I would agree with what Peter and Dan said. These are really important things that that innovators need, that experiments need. So yes, one is to develop it, and the other one is to validate and test it, and then also to get it out there, make it used.
Yes, definitely. Well said, Anna. Yes, we need to take our message a little bit improvement on the mentorship improvement. I mean, expanding that service and adapt to the needs of the beneficiary, and perhaps provide more opportunities for promotion, for dissemination, for connection with the right communities and stakeholders. So we are taking notes, and we will be improving this. We are getting actually till the end of the session, I believe. We have the last minutes, if I'm correct. So we will be wrapping up. I don't know if we can still see actually the question from the slide. I want to understand the answers from the audience to the question was pointed. I cannot see it yet, but let's hope we can get it on the screen. Well, it is coming. I must be honest, it is very challenging for the eyes. Super, super small font, but I will try to do. Oh, it disappeared again. Let us see. Yes. Oh, wow. It is a very, very strong word that appeared in the middle. So if I really get closer look, so what should we Europeans learn from American when it comes to the ethical innovation? Well, it would be nice to understand who is our audience today, but I do believe we definitely have something to learn, as it was well done said by Peter and by Dan, by all of our speakers. So, well, one of the good points is what to the kind of a pessimistic answer. I cannot really clearly see the very optimistic, more positive answer, and giving a chance to actually challenge us and learn something. The pessimistic are very strong highlighted, so we don't need to really highlight them. But I guess this ethical approach is still something that it is growing. This is a new it's a challenge for all of us to learn. As was mentioned in the previous session, we need to establish certain approaches, strategies. We need to test what is accurate and ethical. We need to define it, the terms. So we will not really have a takeaway from that question. I would say Dan already predicted that it's going to be a challenging to get the right insight, but we had amazing actually takeaway message from our speakers, and we should stay with them. We will invest further in the testbed, expanding these opportunities for validation, project ideas, supporting the innovators from Europe, and of course the one we are collaborating with in the United States, to strengthen our EU-US ecosystem. And in future, as we could hear, we will be also reaching, hopefully, to Canada once this program is finally approved by the European Commission. So we are all looking forward to create this channel of knowledge and communication and transition the right values. So we're going to all build this human-centric internet, an internet of trust, ethical internet, let's call it like that. So I don't know if there is still time from my side. We are about to end this session. On my side, I would like to thank you very much, all of the speakers, for your time, participants that were staying with us. And Dan, I believe, back to you.
We actually, if you want to take a few more minutes, Eva, because we are trying to connect with the next speaker. So I'll give you a sign.
Okay, perfect. Well,
You're perfectly on time. The problem is not you, but we are trying to resolve a few issues on our side. So take another, or maybe take, let's not go back maybe to the panelists. Your main takeaways from your panel. I mean, indeed, I told you it would be interesting to accommodate for the viewers' expectations. Maybe it's the way we phrased the question that was a bit provocative. But indeed, you provided some very concrete examples of how this transatlantic cooperation does deliver very concrete results which are in line with NGI values. So I think you did a brilliant job on that. With that, I hear that problems are resolved on our side. So thank you once again to you, Eva, and also to Dan, Peter, and Anna.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Thank you all the collaborate to the speakers. And good luck and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. So, our last plenary session is with Piers O'Donoghue, Director for the Future Networks at DG Connect of the European Commission. And let's see if we have him with us. As soon as I announced that everything was resolved, we lost him again.
No, I'm here.
Ah, you're here. I can hear you. Can I also see Piers?
Well, no, I can see you.
Okay, I guess we're working. Ah, here you are. Okay, how are you, sir?
I'm very good, thank you.
So I have plenty of questions to ask you.
I have been here for a while, listening into this very interesting conversation.
Okay, so in my earpiece, they're telling me that there was a bit of a glitch. That's why I was pushing Eva, but I'm glad that now everything is resolved. So I have lots of questions to ask you about the last few days, but before anything else, there's something that we owe our audience, which is announcing the winners of the pitching competition. And before you tell us the winners, we have a jingle to announce our ceremony. So ceremony is a big word, but we do want to know who the winners were. So do you have the results from the public vote?
It's the Eurovision weekend, but I don't have an envelope. I have an electronic envelope.
I'm pretty sure that's what they do at Eurovision as well, to be honest. But
yeah. Okay.
But
are you going to tell us what the categories are,
yes.
Or do you want me to do that as well?
Let me pitch in. So the first category I have is the best story.
Yeah.
So basically the audience was voting among all 9. They were divided into 3 thematic categories, but we're asking the viewers to vote on who had the best story among all 9 across the different themes. And the winner is...
The winner is, for the best story, Matareo on infrastructure sensors.
So this is a pandemic time. It's a ceremony, but there's only me and you. There's no audience, there's no applause, there's no confetti.
Well, I make noise as well then.
Okay, very well. And the second category is the most engaging production. So once again, we're not really focusing so much on the actual technologies and ideas and business models, but more on the way they presented it, the pitch itself. So we had many workshops on the art of pitching. So here we're really focusing on how they pitch. So the most engaging production.
And the winner is IRNAS, so Luka Banovic, who presented Karuza.
I'm sure there are some people now celebrating at home and exchanging messages on a very privacy-friendly platform and saying, yes, we did it. They just announced us as winners. Maybe they will add it to their websites that they won. So between you and I, it seems quite calm, but some people are celebrating someplace around Europe, I would hope. And the third and last category is personal performance.
Well, I'm going to make it even more exciting now because it's again IRNAS. It's again Luka Banovic, who has won the best personal performance as well. So congratulations to him twice.
Okay, so congratulations indeed to the winners, especially to IRNAS, who won 2 of the 3 categories. Very well done. So now, and I can also share that we had hundreds of votes. I mean, this was quite a popular exercise. People did click on the contest. Thank you for doing that. Thank you to all 40 innovators who contributed their pitches, but thank you also to the hundreds of viewers who actually went ahead, hopefully watched all 9, and then voted for their favorite ones. So now that this is done, this is a debt that we had to our viewers and to the contestants. I'd like to ask you, we are not exactly concluding because there will still be workshop this afternoon, but we are concluding the second day of plenaries. So I don't know if there was anything from your perspective in the European Commission that really drew your attention, inspired you, or something that you'd like to take away from this 2-day exercise.
Absolutely, there were. I was dipping in and out over yesterday morning and this morning. And I have to say that it was, first of all, inspiring. You must remember that we have invested a lot in the initial push to get the NGI community working. And quite frankly, when I see the dynamic and committed energy of so many different participants, that is in itself a massive feedback for us. It's very positive. The Commission is not running NGI. The Commission is facilitating this great community to do some very important work. So that's actually the first takeaway that I would have. But then specifically, because of what you asked me, Dan, a couple of high points for me were starting with the presentation by Professor Tannenbaum yesterday, because he did give an impressive number of areas or examples, where internet technologies are having and will continue to have a disruptive effect. And so that's disruption on society, but it's also disruption on the way we do things, on traditional sectors. So we've just heard now, for example, an example about agriculture, but of course there's healthcare, there's education, which touch directly the citizen, but as well as more sort of classic sectors, manufacturing, as well as entertainment, which again is important for different people. So I did really take note of the conclusion there, is whether the disruption is more likely to happen without us, the bureaucrats and Eurocrats, getting involved. And that is actually a very challenging and important question. We do tend to intervene either with regulation, and we're not very popular for that, and I'll talk about that a bit later, or with investment. And I was noticing what Professor Tannenbaum was saying about we should make sure that it is governed properly, that we set sort of the broader frame of rules, that we make sure, in other words, that it is in the interests of the European citizen, but that we shouldn't be so much hands-on on so much of what is done to deliver on those basic requirements. So that's a very important message for us, and I think it's something which I know that this community lives by. There was also discussions more technical about internet architecture. And one of them particularly, I was speaking in a totally different type of conference this morning, is sustainability. And this, I can reassure you, it's not enough now that we want faster internet. And of course, we want a more secure internet. No, it's that it also has to respond to our Green Deal objectives. And that's something which I felt that came through a lot. And then perhaps the last big point from yesterday was something that we have talked about a lot in the forum and with the NGI community, and that is about open source. It is clear the message that was given to us that we have to keep supporting the model, supporting the communities. Message received. I don't think you have to doubt our commitment to that, but also simply because if we believe that we are maintaining the key building blocks of the internet, well, then it has to be with open source, and that is obvious from so much of what we're seeing recently. Not just from the point of view of transparency, not just from the point of view of sustainability and security.
And you mentioned
so I just
sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry for talking too long, and then I'll finish. Just to say, I wanted to say on that point that as part of the ongoing efforts we're making is that we have a study ongoing on open source software and open source hardware. And that's being done at the moment on our behalf, and we expect to publish in the coming months. So I'll stop there, Dan.
No, and I'm glad you mentioned sustainability, because indeed it was also one of the digital principles, and a confession from my side, I was moderating that panel, and it was the next question that we didn't have time to dive into, and indeed it's a very important aspect of the principles and the ongoing consultation that Gemma was telling us. about. And maybe that fits into my next question for you, which is about the digital decade. It was mentioned by several speakers, by Eva Kaili this morning from the Parliament's perspective. It was mentioned by Gemma. So the digital decade is more for European policymakers, but where do you see the role of the NGI feeding into it? So of course, you know, the consultation is out there, and you know that Gemma also presented earlier today. So of course the community is welcome to answer the consultation like any other European citizen or entity, but is there any other role that you see for the NGI community to feed into this entire decade that has just started on of regulation, legislation from your perspective? You said it wasn't popular, but it sounds also like it's very necessary. So.
Yes, it's absolutely essential that the NGI community understands that you do have a role to play, that we need you to play that role. It's essential. And you mentioned Eva Kaili. It was great to hear from her this morning because she's been a great supporter of this work, but also the work that she does in the European Parliament also tries to put sort of the non-corporate stakeholders as well as the citizen at the heart of the discussion about how we develop technology, and that's something we really need to do with the Parliament, but again with NGI. So I was a bit afraid what you said about the digital decade just being for policymakers. Well, if that's the case, then it's already a failure. So I hope you're wrong, Dan. The digital decade is actually making a plan for what our vision of the objectives, where Europe needs to be, but all of the work that we need to do to make sure that every corner of society and the economy, every geographical region, every person, individual is empowered and involved, but also benefits from these new technologies. And not just the technologies as they are fed to you by a multinational, but ones that correspond to the principles, as you have mentioned, but that are core to our activities in terms of trust, openness, being human-centric and putting the user first, putting the user in control of her or his internet environment, because that becomes to invade so much of our life. So else we'll make sure that we do that. It won't be necessarily us, the bureaucrats, even though we think we know everything. It mightn't be the corporates either. It will be the stakeholder community that NGI represents, the open source community, those working on transparency and so on. So citizens have to be fully empowered, but the NGI needs to be fully involved. And that's our vision. So whether it's even what sounds like a very techie subject of building the digital infrastructure, there again, like sustainability, there are questions which touch directly on society. But also, how do those networks run? Do they work on closed box proprietary systems, or do they work on open source systems where their respect of privacy or security can be verified by the NGI community, for example? You know, those are real practical questions where the community needs to fill in the spaces for us, and therefore, as you said, to respond to the consultation, but also to identify those areas that are for you and then work with us over the next 7 years.
So in other words, you need their input, you need their ideas, but you also need them to develop concrete solutions.
Yes, yeah. Concrete solutions to achieving an internet of trust. Even though it sounds a bit blasé to say the internet will be at the center of everything, it's probably true. It has to be an internet of trust. It has to be an internet of humans. That's why we created or had the idea to create with the community the NGI. So that's the vision that we bring together, and that's the ongoing role in a very practical way that they have.
Okay, and as this is the last plenary, maybe something which is forward-looking. So, I mean, the consultation is now open. It was open since last week. What are the major milestones ahead of us? So what should the community be looking forward to other than answering the consultation? What's coming ahead? So, I mean, we also had a session with Jorge earlier about the next working program, about funding opportunities. But maybe from your perspective, I don't know, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but what are the main next dates that we should keep on our agenda?
Yeah, well, it's hard to get people excited sometimes when somebody like me lists off, a list of policy actions or maybe even regulation, or talks about the details of funding programs. But of course, as Jorge, my colleague, did earlier on, I mean, there's some important information there about where the research and innovation part of this community can really benefit. But it's we have work coming forward both in terms of completing the digital single market with regards to the Digital Market Act and the Digital Services Act. And that is where you can feed into the European Parliament in its consideration of that proposal, because they will have the final say in the shape of that legislation, which is so important about the platform economy and the legislation that will apply, the outer regulation, as I've said. Then we are having a Data Act, that's already been signalled, which will govern some of the principles as to how data is used. We want to be able to exploit data, and I use that word very deliberately, for the good of the economy and society. But of course, we have to ensure that it is done in full respect of the principles and full respect of the individuals, and that there's no expropriation of that data away from, say, the SMEs who generate it in the first place, so that they can benefit from the value of the data that they generate. All of those things in terms of our data governance and our Data Act, the platform economy, the market economy, the DMA, etc. So those are very concrete elements. But then it does go back to what you say about the innovative community. Olivier Banger, who runs the NGI team here in DG Connect with me, they also are directly responsible, and it's not a coincidence, for all our work on internet governance to ensure that we actually practice what we preach in terms of international and geopolitical contacts with regard to how the internet is governed. And this is not to take control on behalf of governments. This is actually the opposite. It is to keep control of the internet, even at the level of the engineering, the level of the plumbing, in the hands of the internet community, the community that built it. Again, making sure that the outer rules are set, but this is something where we will in the future need to further engage with this community when, for example, we talk about developments in internet protocols, etc., some of which could be quite threatening if they are in the wrong hands or put to the wrong uses. So that's another issue we'll be coming back to this community in the future.
So the decade has just started, and it sounds like your hands are quite full. I have a question also about this particular NGI Forum. So I was having fun here at Modern Geek, but what do you think will be NGI Forum 22 like? Any chance of, again, reuniting the community under one roof? Probably a hybrid version, which is a bit of both? Because there were also some advantages. I said it in my introduction yesterday. I mean, part of the advantages of going virtual is maybe getting more people, more engaged. It's more inclusive. It's definitely more sustainable with less travel. But do you think that should the community expect another physical meeting anytime soon? Or it's too soon to...
Yes, the answer is yes. We do aspire to that. It's funny, when we were giving out the prizes, it was just you and me applauding Dan. And you've done a great job yourself in the last 2 days, but whether you're a moderator or a speaker, audience interaction, but also then what happens in the corridors, what happens over coffee, is really dynamic in terms of driving community context and maybe making new synergies. And that's something we miss. But you use the word I think is crucial. It's hybrid. We're using that everywhere at the moment, but hybrid is it. Because as well as having those physical gatherings, we do want to empower as many people as possible to be able to participate in a very concrete way. Take the panel session we've just had. That was very dynamic. And we shouldn't lose that opportunity. And that also is, as you say, it's more sustainable. It allows us to reach out to, some busy micro enterprises who do not have the time to be traveling somewhere for a 2 or 3 day event, even if they would love to, as well as those who may not have the full resources to be able to send representatives. So those are all the positives of the online element. So, I mean, this year we've done it in Modern Geek, and I'd really like to thank Modern Geek for hosting it. I mean, it's not a coincidence. It's a technology ecosystem, an online ecosystem in the heart of Brussels, where most of the Commission is based, and they embody digital for all, and that's the spirit of NGI work as well. So I won't say where it will be in the future, but it will be online as well as physical, and I really hope that everyone who's participated today will do so one way or the other in the future.
So maybe within this very difficult year that we've had with the pandemic, we've also learned a few things about how to reap the benefits of all worlds, both digital gatherings and physical gatherings, and I also think that the future will be much more hybrid. So I hope to be with you also for the next edition, wherever it will be, in cyberspace or physical space. But with that, I'd like to thank you for helping us to wrap up these very intense 2 days. And this...
Well, thanks to you. You did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Piers. And this brings us also to the end of the second day of our plenaries. This afternoon, you will once again have a selection of parallel workshops to choose from. At 2 p.m. Brussels times, you will have a session on free testbeds for NGI innovators, one on sustainable connectivity, one on effective pitching. At 3, our time, whenever it is at your time, there will be another session which will present some of the most promising projects under NGI Trust. So this is my stop to jump off and say goodbye. Before I do, let me thank all our brilliant moderators and speakers of the last 2 days. I would also like to thank you, the viewers and participants, for your very live engagement from wherever you are. I still see your input in our last Slido question on how you enjoyed the last 2 days. So keep this engagement and enthusiasm through the next steps of the NGI initiatives. The digital decade, as we just heard, has just begun, and we will need all your talent and hard work in order to make the internet a better place for humans. For myself and the entire team, I wish you a wonderful day and stay in touch until the next NGI Forum.